two. So I wasn't too early. Yeah. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Patrick Boylan, the president of the Yorkshire Geological Society, an organisation that's 176 years old. It's very unusual that you can actually say this is something completely new, but it is. We are very grateful indeed for the suggestion and the invitation from the Hull College of Art and Design and our friends, of course, in the Hull Geological Society to have this meeting exploring the aesthetic relationships between geology and art and a number of other things going with that. Just a little bit about the Society. We were founded in 1837. Our proceedings have been published continuously since 1839, and we are a very friendly society. We have around 500 members, but in addition, we've over 20 associated organisations on a fairly informal basis, what we call in the wonderful Victorian style corresponding societies. And the members of that are encouraged to work together with each other. We promote the annual Yorkshire Geology Month, which seems to be spreading out into Yorkshire Geology 3 months at the moment, with many of the other participating groups involved. And we are always very happy to see new members coming in. We do have, as you would expect, professionals, academics and so on from the geology, but the majority of our members are those who, to translate the motto of the Geological Society of London, are concerned with whatever is under the earth. The people who are enthusiasts for the landscape, for the geology and so on, particularly of our own region, but which seem to be stretching quite a long way from Yorkshire. We're certainly well into Nottinghamshire and right up to the Scottish border. But we were very pleased to see people involved with that. Our next meeting is in a month's time in York, and then we have an important session in Leeds University's Wheatwood Hall at the beginning of December, which will be our annual meeting, a little bit of formal business and getting the accounts approved and that sort of thing. Then one very important event, to mark the 175th anniversary, we have established a new medal, the W.S. Bissett FRS medal, to honour exceptional achievements in the field of applied geology. And we hope to be making the first presentation of that there. And then, bearing in mind the desperate state of geological collections and geological curatorship in this country and spreading across the world, my presidential address is going to be talking about the crisis in relation to the enormous historic collections that we have in our region and the continuing value of historic collections to contemporary research. So I hope that will be interesting. We're going to finish the day with a dinner as well at Wheatwood Hall. So lots happening for the rest of this year, and also on that day I'll be handing over to Dr. John Knight as the new president. John has been an excellent program secretary for the last few years for us, and I'm looking forward to passing on the baton. But we do welcome you all here on behalf of the Yorkshire Geological Society. Thanks very much again to the college, particularly to Anna, who's done all the hard work, and also to the college hierarchy, who've been so supportive as well. But we hope you have a very challenging and a very interesting day, and I'll be talking later on as well, so sorry I haven't got rid of you completely. Thank you.
Okay, good morning and welcome to everyone here. I hope I'm not the strawberry cream in the bunch to start with. I always feel draw the short straw starting off. And apologies for the long title as well, but it gives me plenty of wriggle room. It's a bit of an excuse to range far and wide. I feel, in a sense, a little bit of a fraud in many ways, in that I know very little about art, although my wife is an artist. And it's often said, well, how come somebody who's actually spent their career a lot of time working in museums, specialising in extraterrestrial rocks and microfossils, ends up talking about geology and art? Well, it came about really about 2 years ago, in that a group of us were basically put in charge of organising a major international conference which was held in Manchester last year. And one of my roles in the organisation of that conference was to sort out the field trips. And there was a group of us, Hugh Torrance, whom some of you might know, Martin Rodwick, Tom Hose and myself. We had to deal with the different symposia themes. One theme was geologists in the field. Hugh and Martin immediately put up their hands and said, oh, we'll do that, because that was Murchison, Lyell and Darwin, and fitted their interests nicely. Tom Hose said he was going to do the Geologists Association in Derbyshire, and then they turned to me and said, okay, Alan, what are you going to do? And I thought, well, I hadn't a clue. He says, well, you've got to do something. And I thought, well, but there are quite a few famous people up in the Lake Districts, and I like going to the Lake Districts. It was an excuse perhaps to get a couple of holidays up there. And so that's really, in a sense, how this began to come about, and that we ended up doing a field trip which was based around the Lakeland geologists, and in particular, those that had links to literature and art. So the personalities we concentrated on, well, at least I concentrated on with David Oldroyd, was William Wordsworth, who most of you know as a poet. He was actually a geologist as well, and he was very interested in landscape and landscape development. John Ruskin, who's going to be one of the focuses of my talk today, and Beatrix Potter. Now, people think fluffy bunnies when you hear of Beatrix Potter, but she was an extremely competent mycologist and also paleontologist, and she actually described fossils from Troutbeck, which are illustrated, and she could have had a very good career in paleontology if it wasn't for the fact that there was a falling out between her and a very prominent director of Kew Gardens over her mycology work, whereupon she then ceased all activity whatsoever in the scientific field and became a Herbic sheep farmer, and eventually made massive donations to the then fledgling National Trust. But that's by the way. So coming to my title for this one, this has stemmed, in a sense, out of that particular field trip, because John Ruskin, as I found out, actually was more concerned with geology in many ways than a lot of people realise. People think of Ruskin as critic, art critic, social reformer, but his main desire, as I'll show later, was to be a geologist. So without further ado, if I can get this working right, I would like to first of all thank people who have helped me with this, particularly with work on Ruskin, and that's Stephen Wilding at Lancaster, Howard Hull, Brantwood, and Vicky Slowe at the Ruskin Museum. I've had many hours of conversation with them to actually try and get a feel for Ruskin as not only as a man, but also in the way he looked at the world. But to begin at the beginning, this is supposed to be a symposium on geology and art, so I thought I'd actually introduce with what I regard, and this whole talk is very much a personal approach, what I regard as probably the world's most beautiful geology book. And this is Canby Flegré, which was written by Sir William Hamilton, who was envoy to King Ferdinand Court of Naples, and he was described as the modern Pliny because of his work in volcanology. Hamilton, when he arrived in Naples, he arrived at a good time, because at that time Pompeii was being discovered, and he was a very keen antiquarian, so he began to direct excavations at Pompeii and tried to do it in a scientific and methodical manner rather than just looting the sites. But also, he was very keen on natural phenomena, and he noticed that volcano Vesuvius was erupting, And so every day he went up, which is something that even today, volcanologists are rather wary of doing. You don't lightly go up erupting volcanoes, even if you think they're relatively safe, as this recent case in Japan has shown, where sadly over 30 people lost their lives. I'm afraid the presentation is a conversion from Keynote to PowerPoint, so some of it might be a bit squiffy. But Hamilton went up every day to record what was going on in Vesuvius. And he did this methodically. He kept a very detailed diary, and as he did so, he sent letters back to be read at the Royal Society, explaining the nature of the changes that were going on, because this was a time when people didn't really understand volcanoes, and he wanted to try and get to the bottom of what a volcano actually was. And so the series of letters was published in 1772, and one of the plates from this collection of letters shows the changes in the summit crater over a period of days during the 1766-77 eruption. And this was probably one of the first times that someone had methodologically tried to actually record changes that were taking place. Be that as it may, it's a very small book. I've got a copy of it at home, and it's very slim, and he wanted to do something better. Hamilton was a key figure of the Enlightenment, if you like, and he decided that what he would do was to try and reinterpret his letters, but make them accessible to all. And so the letters form the core of a very lavishly produced volume, in which 54 illustrations were produced by the Anglo-Neapolitan painter Peter Fabry, and he did this under Hamilton's direction. Many of the places, as I was saying there, can you all read it at the back, by the way? I haven't tested that. Well, that's good. A red frock coat is used as a symbol for Hamilton, and Fabry wears the blue coat. The book itself is beautiful. Has anybody actually seen a copy of it? Patrick has, and Mike has. It is beautiful, isn't it? It's not only the most beautiful geology book, in my personal opinion, but actually it's the most valuable as well. The last copy I saw that came on the open market sold for just over £200,000, which is a lot of money in anybody's standards for a book. It's a very large book, elephant-sized folio. We have a copy in Liverpool. I used to have it in my office for quite a while, so it's quite privileged to actually have this on my desk. So that's the frontispiece of the book. Again, what it's done is reinterpreted that drawing from the original letters and reinterpreted it, and Fabris has just done it as a painting, and that was used as the frontispiece of the work. Now, Hamilton's aim, that's quite good. Hamilton's aim in doing this was to try and observe natural phenomena as accurately and as carefully as possible, but not only observe it, but to be able to communicate it to as wide a public as possible. Now, how wide a public is a moot point, because there are only a limited number of copies of this book produced, and certainly the costs were so exorbitant, and he bore much of the cost out of his own pocket, that only a few individuals could have probably ever afford a copy. But word did get around. So what he wanted to do was to get accurate, faithful observations of natural phenomena down in a way that could be understood. And this is another one of the plates. This is just prior to the main eruption of 1767. You can see Hamilton. Do we have a pointer on this? Is that a pointer? Yeah. There's Hamilton, and there's Fabry standing there, watching cone erupting, and they weren't there for that long because there was rumbling taking place, and shortly afterwards it blew its top, which told you something about the dangers of being on site. During that eruption, during a later eruption, he took the King of Naples up there and the Queen to actually observe a lava flow at night. This was safe to observe because what you see is the lava coming down. But what you can't see accurately in the painting is that there was quite a gorge there. So it was filling the gorge and flowing away from the standing figures. What you see, though, is Hamilton has included Fabry there, actually painting himself into the scene with his drawing. And he's down there sketching the scene. Fabry made detailed notes of the colour, and worked initially in gouache, and then copies were sent out to colourists. He then produced this particular plate to illustrate a principle. People weren't too sure what volcanoes were, and everyone always says, well, the fire comes from the top. Well, Hamilton, in his observations, says, well, actually, no. It can come from areas around the volcano other than just the summit. And so, on the eruption 1760 to 1761, the flow broke out near the base, and that's what he was illustrating. And this is just another, just to give you a flavour of the plates in the volume, which I think are actually very beautiful, particularly for the time in which they were done. Now, he didn't only concern himself with Vesuvius, he also did the other volcanoes in the region. He drew Etna and also Stromboli. And this is just a picture of Stromboli. Come on, it's sticking up. Hello, seems to have halted. Seem to have crashed out.
Just 1 second, the PowerPoint's just frozen. He's trying to get it back.
Oh, has it? Oh, it doesn't matter if it's frozen. We can work without. So it's Vesuvius. So that last slide was Vesuvius. I think what we'll come to next, once the PowerPoint reestablishes itself, is not only was Hamilton concerned with looking at the natural phenomena of the volcanoes on the whole, but is also interested in trying to accurately portray, in terms of colour, the natural productions of the volcano, as he termed them. In other words, the types of lava and the minerals that were found. And hopefully the next two slides, once it gets re-going, will actually show those particular... Yes?
Is it possible to turn the lights down and we can appreciate the colour of the painting better?
Yeah, can the lights come down a bit? Yeah, coming down. Actually, it's good for me, actually, because it stopped glaring in my eyes as well. Okay. Wretched PowerPoints. Oh, we have a computer screen. Well, it doesn't matter, I can move on, because that was basically more or less the end of what I was going to say about Hamilton. So, what I was using Hamilton purely as an introduction to the two main people I wish to talk about in this presentation. One is Dr. John McCulloch, who was arguably the first professional survey geologist, and the other person is John Ruskin. The reason why I picked these two is, in a sense, you can compare and contrast not only the work they did, but also in terms of personalities as well. And I can see them working from a geological perspective, but it's also interesting to look at them from an artistic perspective, because both of them were artists. McCulloch was extremely keen on drawing, and though when he exhibited at the Royal Academy, his drawings were described as too technical or illustrative, he nevertheless always went out and said that what he'd do is he drew something before breakfast. Now, he spent most of his time in the field, so he gets up literally at daybreak, have a very quick breakfast, which may be a bit of salted herring and oatmeal, because he spent most of his time working in Scotland with living in the locals, unless he was visiting various aristocratic houses. And he was very interested in botany, as was Ruskin, and he would actually go out and he would draw some of the local flora. In other words, he was working as a botanic artist for much of the time. But he's also interested in depicting scenery as well. And there are quite a few drawings of his of the various places he visited whilst he was doing this in the course of mapping duties. Because McCulloch was engaged, first of all, on a millstone survey in 1811. And this was a survey carried out during the Napoleonic Wars, because what's often typical is that if you pick a fight with somebody, you don't pick a fight with somebody who's your main supplier. Now, millstones for use for grinding, making gunpowder, we imported from France. So when the Napoleonic Wars came along, that import stopped. Well, they gradually wear down over time in the powder mills. And so it became quite a desperate situation. We're reaching a point where they needed to find a substitute millstone. And McCulloch's task was to go around the country, look for suitable rocks with which to make grinding stones in the powder mills. And if you had the wrong if you had the wrong rock, you could get a spark and the powder mill explodes, which has happened on more than one occasion. So that's how he started his geological survey work. He also was taken around the country as a young lad because his father had a wine business in France, and they were kicked out of their French wine business during the Revolution. And so he came back and was schooled in Lostwithiel in Cornwall, and then after that went up to Edinburgh and to train as a physician. But whilst in Edinburgh, he came under the influence of one of his lecturers who began to actually introduce him to the ideas of geognosy. Very much at that time, it was a Venerian school of thought, and McCulloch was torn. He was either going to be a geologist or he was going to be a doctor. What he ended up doing was doing both. So he became both a qualified doctor and a geologist. And a geologist of the old school and type meant he was a mineralogist. And so when he actually sought employed work, his first post was with the Army in the Medical Corps, and then he joined the Ordnance and as an assayist, as a chemist, and then as a surveyor. Now, when he was working as a surveyor, along with the trigonometric surveys, he then began formulating the idea of producing a geological map of Scotland, which hadn't been done before, and he was looking for what would be a base map. What would be a suitable base map to do it on? Well, the only base map covering the whole of Scotland was based on the old army maps of General Roy, and Samuel Arrowsmith produced the base map. The problem with the base map was that it was quite densely hatchered, because the topographic relief on that map was actually produced by the landscape artist Paul Sandby in the middle of the 18th century, and the style of hatchering used was okay in certain areas, but in other areas where there were what Staley would regard as very tight contours, led to very dense areas of the map. And that gave rise to problems in trying to depict the geology, because McCulloch was very, very careful to colourists on the map, showing that what you have to do is to be able to see the relationships between the rocks he was mapping and the topography. And he found this extremely frustrating, and he gave very strict and explicit instructions to the colourists that you must cover a certain suite of rocks pink, another set yellow, and in particular, with regards to some of the basement rocks, blue. But you can't just paint them blue, because if you did that, the painting would be so dense you wouldn't see any of the hatchery or relief underneath it. And so he gave instructions for dilution of the paint to achieve the desired effect of being able to see the relief in the map, as well as being able to look at the relationships between the rocks. And one of the other problems he came up against was, which all field geologists come up against, is how would you depict small-scale features on maps? Now, today in geological survey maps, we have a whole suite of symbols by which we can actually delineate certain features. You can have arrows, dip and strike, and little numbers and what have you. In McCulloch's time, this was in its infancy. He was basically inventing it as he went along. And one of the problems is he finds an intrusion. And he says, well, this intrusion is so many feet wide, but if I put a pencil line, or a white line on my map, it may be 3 feet in measurement, but the equivalent measurement on my map is about 30 feet. How do I get an accurate relationship? And that was something he struggled with the whole time in trying to produce this. Nope, I'm still dead. I did make a joke about waving my arms to a green screen last night. Perhaps I wish I hadn't. Because I love, what should be here is a map.
Unfortunately, there's a problem. It's not going to be able to come up. It keeps crashing.
Oh, so we haven't got it at all?
Not at the moment, no.
Right, okay. There is a real problem here. Computer's frozen and they can't unfreeze it. So, right, so you have to imagine this map of Scotland. It was produced it was published posthumously in 1836, a year after McCulloch had died. Now, in McCulloch's life, there was a lot of, shall we say, personality difficulties. Now, these arose because, as a character, he was very introspective. He had a lot of interests. He was a polymath. He was a musicologist. He actually wrote a treatise on Shetland fiddle music. He was a doctor, and he had a private practice at Blackheath, but he gave that up, and everyone assumed at the time he gave that up to concentrate on survey work. Actually, what he did do was he still kept certain private patients who were actually members of the aristocracy, but he wanted to do medical research, and so he actually spent his time investigating malaria. Now, McCulloch actually invented the term malaria, not as a disease, but as the causal effects. And he wrote a treatise in 1826-27 on malaria and other remittent diseases, and he followed it up by a second volume, which came out a year later. And the second volume was very much a theoretical approach to malaria. And in that second volume, he actually introduced the science of biometrics. And he was the first person to actually develop the ideas and theories of measuring things to establish the patterns of disease. But in his book on malaria, he showed his geological background because he's very interested in the hydrogeology of the regions in which malaria was prevalent and the soils. He still had the view that it was the ague, it was the air, but something kept niggling that there was a vector here that everybody was missing. And he was aware that there were mosquitoes around, there were different types. And he assumed, although it was in the air, that somehow this was linked. And there is a phrase in his book where he actually says, if I just had the optical resolution of my microscope, I might be able to find the causal agent of this disease. Because he himself was a sufferer from malaria, and it was that coloured his whole approach, not only to his dealings with people, but also when he was actually doing art. Because when he was drawing, when he wasn't having a malarial attack, his drawings were tight, they were controlled, they were illustrative, ready for engraving. They were very draftsman-like, almost technical in their approach. But when he was actually undergoing a malarial attack, the drawings of that period were very loose in style. There was quite a change that took place. And then when he got over that attack, again, they tightened up. And you can actually see that through his notebooks. And this is a pattern, and he produced one particular illustration, which in a paper I wrote a couple of years ago on McCulloch, I ascribed, as I now think, perhaps incorrectly, that the cartoon that he drew as a self-portrait was as the result of having a malarial attack, but also a disagreement with the Board of Ordnance, his boss, Colby, and it was a disagreement over time spent on surveys and expenses. And there was a recorded note in Colby's works, and Colby became the longest-serving director of the Ordnance Survey. And there is a note recorded in his books that McCulloch stormed out, threatening to hang or shoot himself. And there is this self-portrait of McCulloch, looking very strained. There's a blown pupil in one of his eyes, and on the desk there is a revolver, laudanum flask, a noose behind him. It's a very scary image, which I'm hoping to show you, actually. And I assume that that was actually drawn in a fit of depression as a result of this argument. And there were other illustrations, and all of these illustrations are actually in the Geological Society archives in a scrapbook, which was donated to them a few years ago. Subsequent work going through his records on malaria and the etiology of the disease and what he was writing now seems to suggest that actually that drawing was for a diagrammatic illustration that was never published, because during his work on Scotland he was so much of a perfectionist with his publishers that they said, never again will we accept a drawing from Dr. McCulloch. And so these drawings exist where he was not able to actually put them into the books. And I think this particular plate, this so-called self-portrait, is actually a plate for that work on malaria. Because if you look at the things depicted, they are the cures that he advocated for malaria, but also the feelings that you get if you're having an extremely bad attack. And there's a case of an American surveyor who got malaria out in the field, and he was driven so mad by it, he actually shot himself in the head and survived, and he wrote about it. And McCulloch shows exactly the same thing on this illustration. So I think this is not as a result of depression or an argument, but I think it was a plate illustration for that particular work.
Just 5 minutes now.
Sorry? 5 minutes. Oh, I didn't even get on to Ruskin because I was looking at the screen. So from McCulloch we go to Ruskin, which was to have been the main focus. But Ruskin was a very similar character in many ways. He was introspective. He was brought up in a very evangelical tradition. He had very strong, if you like, overbearing parents. But he showed an aptitude for art at a very early age. And this is where actually it is difficult, because I do need PowerPoint to actually show the paintings. But Ruskin was taken to the Alps as a teenager, and they made such an impression on him that that impression stayed with him all his life, and he made more than 20 visits to his favourite haunts in the Alps to record them, but also to try and understand their geology. Now, by the time Ruskin was 13, he'd actually already produced a mineralogical key, which works very well. And if anyone's actually tried to design a key, they're quite difficult things to do. And Ruskin's interest in mineralogy was sparked by being taken to a mineral dealer in Keswick on one of his father's wine trips. And again, his father was a sherry dealer going around the area, just like McCulloch's father, and they were both involved in the wine trade. So Ruskin had this early interest in geology, and in particularly crystals and crystal forms. And his interest in crystal and crystal forms actually dominated his art in the region for the rest of his life, because he was well acquainted with geology. He actually attended Buckland's lectures. He was a great friend of the Buckland family, and actually taught Elizabeth Buckland how to draw, and his book, The Elements of Perspective, was actually written for her in his, whilst he was attempting to actually teach her how to draw properly, as he put it. But he wrote a 5-volume treatise called Modern Painters, and this was basically a defence of Turner and Turner's work. And what Ruskin was trying to do was to portray how do you actually depict landscape. And he says that no artist can actually depict landscape unless they understand the geology. And he then sweeps aside a whole plethora of 18th century, 19th century artists and saying these people basically are numbskulls because they didn't actually look at the rocks around them. You cannot interpret art without looking at the rocks. You said you've got to see how the rocks fracture, the way in which they lay, the dip and the strike and strata, to get an actual portrayal of the landscape. And this is something that comes out very strongly in his alpine drawings. Where he's been criticised by geologists is for the fact that in Modern Painters, and also in his other geological text, Deucalion, his interpretation of geological structure, and in particular classification of rocks, is said to be out of date by geologists because the science was moving on, but also it was considered to be not quite right. He didn't understand structure. But I think that's an unfair criticism in many respects, because what Ruskin was trying to produce was a guide, okay, a very detailed and in-depth guide, but a guide not for geologists, but for artists. And so what he was doing was simplifying what you would see in his own terms, so that artists could interpret it. For instance, he would say it was pointless trying to draw a mountain in full daylight if it's more than 3 miles away, because you'll never get the shadows and the structure right. And he developed a classification of rocks. Compact crystallines, slaty crystallines, compact coherence, and the loose coherence. And these basically related to the igneous, metamorphic, and sedimentary rocks. And that classification was criticised by geologists. But it was a simple key classification so that artists could actually understand what it was that he was trying to get at. And there we have one of the dichotomies. Ruskin was acquainted with Charles Lyell. He knew him well, although he didn't agree with him, because when Lyell's principles came out, his views of the Alps was the fact that there it was, placed for the glory of man. He was very much following a course, like Buckland, of natural theology, which Lyell was not subscribing to. Things change, they wear down. And Ruskin was very unhappy with the concept of weathering, because he felt that the world as he knows it would gradually go into entropy. And when he realised this, he actually fell into deep bouts of depression. And this was something that dogged him all through his later years. One more minute, right. So I shall get there without paintings. But Ruskin was not behind the times, as was so often thought, because he was a friend of Sir Henry Clifton Sorby. Now, Sorby was a Sheffield geologist who did a lot of pioneering work on thin sections. And Ruskin said, well, I don't have the technique, the skill to actually make this, but by golly, you have something there. I can actually see that by your studying the thin sections, we can finally get to understand the structure of the Alps. In other words, Ruskin made a direct link between looking at rocks in thin section and being able to work out the history and eventual trying to understand and unravel structure. Now, what Ruskin was also doing was he was criticising the Geological Survey of the time, because he would say, here are a lot of fanciful geological sections. Rocks cannot fold like this. Here are my experiments. And again, Buckland's influence comes through, because he would experiment with pie crust on the table, but he would actually apply bending forces to the pie crust and colour different areas of it to actually try and introduce folds by using lateral pressure or upwards pressure, and see if they would mimic the cross-sections that he was observing in the Lake District. And none of them ever did. So he said, because of that, the geologists were wrong. Well, there was a bit of a mismatch there, because I think, his techniques let him down slightly. Right, so almost there. The last person I was going to speak about was Ruskin's protege, which was... oh gosh, don't suddenly slip me now. The Stonebreaker. Has anyone heard of the picture of the Stonebreaker in the garden? John Brett, that's it. Thanks, Patrick. John Brett, famous landscape artist, a very keen pupil of Ruskin, followed Ruskin's ideas to the ultimate in accurate depiction of landscape. So accurate, that you can actually go to the spots now and everything is still the same. But John Brett was also a scientist. He actually matched the divide. Brett was a solar astronomer. And his powers of observations are such that he was actually describing features on the sun which have only recently now been confirmed. And at the time, he was being ridiculed by other astronomers. Says, you can't possibly see this. Well, he was seeing it. His art helped him develop his observations, his power of observation. But just to finish with, where does Ruskin actually stand? Well, Ruskin fell out with Darwin, who he did know well. And he didn't fall out with him on a personal level, but he disagreed with Darwin when Darwin's Origin of Species was published. Because it was basically the interpretation of the survival of the fittest that Ruskin had an issue with. Because what he saw in the survival of the fittest was not in biological terms. He then applied a human political system to that phrase. And he said what he was seeing was a materialistic, mechanical survival. In other words, rich getting richer, poor getting poorer. And so he was actually then conflating the two worlds together in that. And so he became very uncomfortable with Origin of Species because he saw it as a means of people latching onto it, not for the common good of man. And so his theological principles began coming into play. So basically, I think I'll probably leave it there. And apologies if we didn't get any of the paintings to actually look at, because that would have made so much difference. But perhaps that's a problem of doing something on a Macintosh and then converting to a PC. So thank you very much anyway.
Well, good morning. I'd like to thank Anna very much indeed for inviting me. It's not often you get a chance to talk about geology, art, and with a poetic flavour. I want to talk about one particular rock that was turned into a mineral. Turned into a pigment. Pigment's called ultramarine. I should say that I'm focusing on this because I work in a restoration studio and I worked on the oldest painting in this country, the High Altar of Westminster Abbey, for a number of years. And I tried to understand the object from the point of view of the artists who made it, because they obviously understood it a lot better than I did. And this is an illustration of the way an artist in the Middle Ages would understand the relationship between geology and art. Okay. Right. Here's a lump of lapis lazuli. And like I say, once you convert that into a pigment, it's a blue pigment, it's called ultramarine. And I want to suggest the relationship between geology and art through geography. And here's a map that is contemporary with the painting that I was working on. It's Matthew Paris's map of Britain. And I hope you can find Hull. But at the top, you can see Scotland is called Ultramarina. Now, Ultramarina in Latin means overseas, and what Matthew Paris is suggesting, he painted it there in St Albans, this is London, that's Canterbury, that's Dover. This is essentially a road map, that's the Great North Road to Scotland, but he's suggesting by calling Scotland Ultramarina that it's actually easier to get to Scotland from there if you go overseas, because that's what it means in Latin. However, there's no lapis in Scotland, so the ultramarine that is being referred to is another sea. We need to go to another map. There we are, and this is Britain. You can recognise it a bit more because this is a Portolan map. In other words, rather than prioritising street, Great North Road, this prioritises coastline. So that's Cherbourg, that's the Bay of Biscay, that's Portugal. And then we're going in. And of course, the bit you're interested on a map's never on the right page, so, there you go. Actually, ultramarine comes from, or lapis, comes from Afghanistan, which is here, and you can just see Kabul. I'll blow that up, I hope you can read, that says Kabul. And I'm using a medieval map because today our cultural impression of Kabul and Afghanistan is clouded by recent military adventures, which of course would be completely irrelevant to a medieval artist who's trying to understand the world and what it's made of. And this little detail, whoops, oh well, never mind. That little detail had 3 men on a horse, on horses. One of them was pointing. If you followed their finger on the map, you'd find the Star of Bethlehem. Oh, we're back again. So there's the 3 wise men, and they are riding as if from Afghanistan or past Afghanistan. What I want to suggest with this map is that the source of lapis lazuli is, if not the land of wisdom, it is closer to the land of wisdom than Europe is. And this is the first kind of geographic relationship that establishes the meaning of a rock. The previous talk mentioned kind of theology conflating, Ruskin's theology conflating with his geology. Well, actually, there's total unity of geology and theology in this worldview. So this is a suggestion that lapis is from the land of wisdom. And looking at it in a medieval way is quite appropriate, because this is a little guy with a yellow hat, I hope you can make him out, and a big rock on his back. And he's climbing down the valley in northeast Afghanistan. This was taken about 3 years ago. And the activity that he's undertaking is essentially the same as it has been for the last 5,000 years. These mines have been worked for 5,000 years constantly. They provided the Egyptians with their lapis. And they're only accessible 3 months of the year, because the rest of the time it's snowbound. And he's probably got a Suzuki pickup truck at the bottom of the valley, but the rest of it is entirely medieval. I want to show you another map. This map I put on its side because it's slightly easier to read. This is the Hereford Mappa Mundi. The North Pole is up here. That is Norway, Sweden, that's the Baltic. This is the Low Countries, Denmark. This is Scotland, England, that's Wales, and that's Ireland. Are you happy with that? It becomes a readable map because you then see that this is that's the Bay of Biscay. This is France, the Bay of Biscay. That's Portugal. This bit here is Italy. That bit there is Greece. This is the Mediterranean. So you put it the right way round, with east at the top, which is the way we orientate maps towards the Orient. It's only a recent kind of idea that you orient towards the North Pole. This is a perfectly usable map. It is actually it's distorted for theological purposes. But if you wanted to get from Hull to Rome, it tells you, well, you have to go out into the North Sea, then you can go through the English Channel, then you can go into the Atlantic, and then through the Pillars of Hercules into the Mediterranean, and then up the Tiber. Or you could go up the Seine, do a little bit of a walk, and then down the Rhone. Or you could go through the Alps. It shows you the Alps. So it's a perfectly usable map. Like the London Underground map, it's distorted, but the distortion is purposeful. And the distortion is due to the idea that the centre of the Christian world is Jerusalem, and therefore the centre of the physical world is Jerusalem. And before Jules Verne's turned it into a science fiction story, the journey to the centre of the earth was the pilgrimage to Jerusalem. Now we only need one more landmark to find Afghanistan, and that is Paradise. Paradise is this circular island in the east. It's a big map. This is over 2 meters in size, so I haven't got details, but Adam and Eve are being thrown out of Paradise, and they're going into India, which is there. We all know that India is to the north and west of Egypt. North is that way, west is that way, so that's where Afghanistan is. So according to one map, it's related to the land of wisdom, and according to this map, it's the doorstep of paradise. And these have significance for the rock. Now, I said that this is a distorted map. one of the distorting, or one of the informing ideas is the centrality of Jerusalem. The other is summed up in the schematic. The world was a circle, or a sphere, and it was divided after Noah's flood into 3 continents, Asia, Africa, and Europe. They were populated by the 3 sons of Noah and their wives. So this is sometimes called a Noachid map. And the 3 continents were separated by 3 bodies of water. So this body of water separates Asia and Europe, and it's the River Don. That separates Africa and Asia, and that's the River Nile. And this one separates Europe and Africa, and it's the Mediterranean. So anybody who knew that the pigment was called ultramarine, knew it came overseas, and the sea that it came over was the sea at the middle of the earth, which is what Mediterranean means. So they knew literally that lapis came from the other side of the world, from the doorstep of paradise. Now, there's an iconography to this map. Those of you who know Christian symbolism know that in the Last Judgment, the blessed are on Christ's right-hand side. So you have to imagine this is the T cross, the Greek version of the cross, upon which Christ was crucified. So his body is here, his right arm is there, his left arm is there, and his head or his heart is above Jerusalem. So in this map, you have the land of the blessed corresponding to Europe, and the heavens corresponding to Asia. So if you import a rock from Asia into Europe, it descends as if from the land of the blessed. No, as if from the heavens into the land of the blessed. This gives the rock significance before you do anything to it at all. And here are 3 couplets from a poem written by Archbishop Bowden of Rennes in northern France in the 12th century. There's about 100 couplets to this poem, but you can see that it's a serious rock. It's gem of gems above all others placed, and he's suggesting that if you pray to it, it will help your wishes come true. Which sounds heretical. But it's not, because he's not ascribing power to a rock. All of the power is God's power, but it's reflected through this rock in a way that in 40 minutes I can't tell you about, but just take it from Bowden of Rennes. This, in a way, helps prayers be answered. As such, you have to be very careful with it. I started off with a 13th century map by Matthew Paris. This here is another thing that he wrote, which is called the Treasures of St. Albans. And I hope you can see here images, even on PowerPoint, you can see it's not pure blue, it's got white stuff, and actually it's got gold stuff in it as well. So if you wanted to use this rock from Afghanistan for a blue pigment, you would have to do something to it, because this is a 15th century pack, so I'll just show you detail of the top. This top bit here is purposefully bad quality lapis. It's got lots of white stuff, it's got lots of gold stuff. What you usually find in jewellery is this, which is good quality lapis. Now this bad quality lapis is usually not used as a gemstone. But in this case it's used because Albertus Magnus described the rock as being the colour of the midnight sky, streaked with white clouds and speckled with gold stars. And so not only geographically is it something that relates to heaven, but geologically it relates to heaven. And of course it comes from the doorstep of paradise. But it means that if you're an artist and you want to get a blue pigment out of this rock, you have to compete with other people who want to use it. Now, Bowden of Rennes talked about its divinatory properties, but it had other properties as well. It could be used as a drug. So this was powdered and eaten to lower fevers. The sight of it was meant to dispel melancholy. So when it came into Europe, it had a number of uses, both from as a gemstone, but also as a pharmaceutical. And the chances were that if you were an artist and you wanted to get the blue stuff, you had low quality rock to deal with, because everybody else wanted the blue stuff. This cost the same as gold. So what you have to do as an artist, if you have a poor quality rock and you want a rich blue like that out of it, is you have to grind it up and separate the white mineral from the gold mineral from the blue mineral. This is a chemical process. This is obviously a Persian manuscript rather than a European thing, because I want to reinforce the idea that this material not only comes from the sphere of Islam, also the chemistry which was involved in purifying it comes from the sphere of Islam. But if you're going to take the rock that God built the doorstep of paradise with and break it up, you're doing biblically an act of scattering. God purposefully gathered together three minerals in a Trinitarian way, and what you're doing is divorcing those minerals. So there is an aesthetic which is that blue and gold are always seen together, and usually with white. I haven't got an example, but Van Gogh, in his letters to his brother, specifically said, no blue without gold. And that goes way back. You can see the Egyptians using that aesthetic. And here we have the same. So you ripped apart lapis in order to get a beautiful deep blue, but then you've recombined it with white clouds and you've recombined it with gold stars. So the aesthetic is actually a geological aesthetic. So how do you do it? There are your three minerals. Gold stuff, white stuff, blue stuff. You want that, you don't want those. If you grind them all up together, you get a rather dull colour, depending on how much gold there is, because when you grind that up, it becomes black, and the white stuff obviously dilutes the colour. So this rock cost its own weight in gold. It could be used to answer prayers, to make jewellery, to be used as a medicine. You don't just muck about and grind it up without some kind of guidance. So I want to go through what kind of guidance they had. They had Aristotelian four-element physics. This is 500 BC. Well, actually, this isn't. This is 1200 AD. It's 1100 AD. It's a 12th century Bible, which says, "In the beginning, God created heaven and earth." But can you see that we've got four people here? This one is somebody with a spoon and a vase. He represents Aristotelian water. This person has got a spade and a plant. He represents Aristotelian earth. This person is a bit odd, has got a mirror there and a horn. He represents Aristotelian air, because it is air which is the medium through which light is transmitted and through which sound is transmitted. And this one is Aristotelian fire, because that's the heavenly bodies that give off light, which are kind of fiery. Christ is the only person in whom all of these four elements are properly balanced. So Aristotle sounds like a pagan, but actually he was fully not fully. You have to be a bit discreet about it. But he was accepted in the Christian worldview. I'm going to rush through this, but those of you who are interested, see me afterwards. Because we've forgotten four-element physics. Four-element physics is an off-putting word for a start, but it's much more like poetry. And we call this Aristotelian physics, but actually it's Empedoclean, and Empedocles was a magician and a poet. This is the work of poets describing the world. And the four elements are not building blocks in the way we think of elements, they are ways of being in the world. So earth is the solid way of being, we can understand that. Water is the liquid way of being, we can understand that. Air is the gaseous way of being. So all of these things impose on on our experience. Fire is the only one that's slightly obscure. That fire is the consuming way of being. And it's obscure because most consumption takes place inside objects. We don't see it happening. We digest food, but we don't see it happening. Digestion of food is a fiery activity. Okay, so there are 4 ways of being in the world: solid, liquid, gaseous, and fiery. And they are the result of combination of two qualities. You can be hot or cold, you can be wet or dry. If you're hot and wet, it comes out as gaseous. If you're cold and wet, it comes out as liquid. If you're cold and dry, it comes out as solid. If you're dry and hot, it comes out as fiery. Okay? First thing you need to know. You only need to know 3 things to understand everything under the moon up until the 17th century. That's the first one. Oh, because they're made of pairs, you've got 2 different kinds of relationships. If you share something in common, like fire and earth share dryness, you're concordant or friendly. If you have nothing in common, you're contrasting or in strife. So these ways of being can have sympathetic or antagonistic relationships with each other. Second thing is, if God had wanted to make the world perfectly, he'd have done it like this. But he didn't want to make the world perfectly. He'd already made heaven. Heaven was perfect, so it would be redundant to make another perfect thing. So Earth is purposefully imperfect. I mean, we'd all drown if we were sitting, on this Earth. So luckily bits of Earth stick above the water. But none of these 4 elements exist pure in the world. They're all mixed up. We are made out of those 4 elements. The rock is made out of those 4 elements. A work of art is made out of those 4 elements in different mixtures. And a mixed body will know that in an ideal world where it's meant to live. So if you have a small body of elemental water, something like a raindrop, in the sphere of air, it will want to go home. So that's why rain falls, because it knows in an ideal universe it should be down there. If you've got a drop of water in a well, it will rise, because again, it wants to go home. So gravity and levity, or buoyancy, are not external forces acting on bodies. They are internal emotions that tell the body where to go in an ideal world. And once you've got in the ideal world, like water, when a droplet of water is in the sphere of water, it is happy, it doesn't want to go anywhere, and it is, as we still say, in its element, meaning it has achieved cosmologically some perfection. Why? Because that's very subtle, that's very dense, and these are intermediate. So they will do it of their own accord. This is not forces. Okay? Second thing you need to know. Third thing you need to know is they can't all move equally easily. Plato said the elements were tetrahedrals, fire, octahedrals, air, icosahedral is water, earth is cubic. That gives them 2 more qualities. They can be sharp or blunt, mobile or immobile. So fire appears to be consuming because it's sharp and mobile. It doesn't actually consume, it just redistributes stuff. It gets into, breaks up. So a log does not get consumed, it gets turned into carbon dioxide, water and soot and moved around the world. The Earth is, never mind. The Earth is usually blunt and immobile, so it stays where it's put and you can walk around and not worry too much. You notice the 2 in the middle are blunt and mobile. They're both fluids. One of them is a subtle fluid, so we can walk through it easily. The other is a dense fluid, so we're able to swim through it with difficulty. So if you understand that, you understand the lot. This is a manuscript from the University Library that says it, Cambridge, that says everything that I've just said, slightly more obscurely, I think. So I now want to come to the problem of how to take some lapis and convert it into ultramarine, guided by Aristotle. This is from a 14th century artist's manual, but actually there's a recipe which is practically the same in the 9th century, and the latest one that I'm aware of is the 19th century. So over 1,000 years of European recipes for taking lapis and converting it into ultramarine. You grind your rock up in a bronze mortar, work it up on a porphyry slab. Not everybody can afford to have bronze mortars and porphyry slabs. There are Aristotelian reasons for that. But for every pound of lapis, you take 6 ounces of pine resin, 3 ounces of gum mastic, 3 ounces of beeswax. You melt it into a ball, you knead it with your hands, having covered them in oil. You do that for at least 3 days and nights. So not only is this a very expensive material, it's very labour intensive. You transfer that ball, after at least 3 days and nights, into a pot of warm lye. Lye is caustic. We would call it today alkali. The prefix al tells you that this is an Arabic word, so not only is the material coming from Islam, but also the science as well. You knead it with sticks, because if you did it with your hands, it would burn your flesh. As you do that, it turns blue, you decant it, you replace it with fresh lye. You repeat 18 times. Now, that's Cennini just giving you a subtle clue about something, because with a good rock, you'd carry on till the cows came home. But with a bad rock, you'd give up pretty quickly. 18 is a clue that there's a Neoplatonic scheme to this as well. I mentioned subtlety and density, but the number 18 corresponds to the density of water. So this is his clue that we're dealing with Aristotelian water. You let the blue stuff settle, you decant the lye, you dry the powder. You combine the extracts, and he tells you how much you can sell it for. Because the first stuff that comes out is purple blue. It's an incredibly rich colour. And then it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. And eventually you get what's called ultramarine ash, which is really kind of insipid pale blue. So there's what we started with. It's a mixture of 3 minerals. I won't go into, because I haven't got time, but you will all, it's kind of nice talking to geologists, because you all know what the thing on the left is. And so I have cunningly put it right next to the sign for fire in this 11th century 4-element diagram, because that's pyrites, and pyrites is firestone in Greek. So why did they call it firestone? Well, a number of things, down to the doctrine of signatures. It's a gold colour. It gives off a spark if you hit it. It stinks of sulphur, which is the hellfire, brimstone. So that's telling you that this is fiery. That's earthy, I won't go into details, and that's watery, I won't go into details. So you then have to think, well, what are the materials that he's adding to it? He's adding pine resin, gum mastic, stuff like that. And they are related to, they're exuded out of trees, they're related to amber. The mythology of amber, Hamilton was called the new Pliny. Well, this is the old Pliny, I'll quote. Pliny says, amber is what happens when the sun sets in the Western Ocean and the rays of light are coagulated in the water and they float along. And he said, yeah, but we all know that's wrong, because actually you have insects trapped in it. It comes from a tree in the northern oceans, and the sun warms it up, and it floats out of mud and into the water. Now, there aren't many rocks that float, and you can pick up amber on the east coast of England 3 days after an easterly storm, because it's blown across from the Baltic. So it's a golden colour. That the doctrine of signatures is suggesting it's fiery. It floats in water. Now that's telling you it's a solid thing that's trying to go home. It's got levity. So it's either trying to get to the sphere of air or the sphere of fire. The mythology and the colour suggest it's trying to get to fire. So what we're doing in Cennini's recipe is surrounding all of these ground up minerals with fire. That's going to be at home. You know, it's going to be perfectly comfortable. It's a firestone, and it's surrounded by fiery materials. That's gum mastic, that's pine resin. The earth will be having friendly relationships with fire, and that doesn't like it at all. So what happens? You've got a fireball. Pyrites is in its element. Calcite is cold and dry, so through dryness it is concordant. It's not at home, but you know, it's not unhappy. Ultramarine, on the other hand, is contrasting. It has nothing in common. It's cold and wet, the fireball is hot and dry. So when you put it in the lye, which is mainly water, the gold stuff stays in there. You know, it's at home, why bother moving? The white stuff comes out slowly. It looks at the alternative. I'm in a ball of fire, I could be in a bucket of water. I'm not going to be at home in either, but I am gravity is going to make me fall out, but because it's immobile, it will happen slowly. On the other hand, the blue stuff is releasing quickly. It positively wants to get out, gravity helps it, and so does its mobility. So this Aristotelian story tells you that each of these three minerals knows where it wants to be. Give it a choice, they'll make that choice. The first stuff, which comes out quickly, you can sell for a lot of money because it's pure blue, and the later batches are going to be more and more contaminated with the white stuff. Don't know what that is. Oh, it's a nice blue picture. Finish off by saying that's a manual. We are now dependent on PCs, Macs, PowerPoint. I've never read a manual for any of those things. I have no intention of reading a manual. So why do we take any notice of manuals? Were artists themselves taking notice? Yes, they were. This is blue bits from a manuscript. Some of these blues are there, the blue robes, and this is the reflectance spectra from two different minerals. The minerals happen to be ultramarine and azurite. Because there's a difference in reflectivity, if you look at it in infrared, you can see that these blues, which reflect white light, go white, whereas those blues go black. So all the way through this manuscript, you cannot tell the difference of the colour by eye. You need a reflectance spectroscope or some other gizmo to do it. But there was a distinction between these two materials. Also, this is the Westminster Reticle. There's blue stuff there. This is a chip of paint, the entire paint passage. That's the EDX spectrum of it. We would today call lapis a complex aluminosilicate with chlorine and sulfur in it. So that's the kind of peak you'd expect. If there was any parites in this whatsoever, you'd also expect an iron peak. There is no iron peak. So there is physical proof. I'm sorry it was rushed, but that artists, whether they read Cennini's manual or not, they certainly made a distinction between blues on the basis of their geology, not on the basis of their colour, and they also went through that purification process. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks very much indeed. We were hoping to have an introductory talk earlier on about the things that Alan was touching on, the fact that geologists and artists really need to understand what they're looking at. But unfortunately, that wasn't possible because of the illness of Martin Rudwick, who had hoped to do that talk. And so, talking to Anna, I'm putting in a very short introduction, looking at some examples of artists who did, in fact, understand the landscape. Before I do the bit about Yorkshire, it also helps the fact that when you actually search the records, an awful lot of very few artists were taken by the Yorkshire landscape, so we'll leave time there. This, a lot of people recognise what it is. It's called Scar, and it's this is in fact 1806 watercolour drawing by Turner. That's just the introduction there. Moving on is that, is it? Yes. Now I think one of the things is that it is very important that an artist read geology of the landscape if they're going to make sense of it. And so there is actually really quite a lot of connection, in my view, between geology and artists, at least between field geology and field and landscape painting, if these are going to be successful in either case. There is the extraordinary story as we approach 1815, the William Smith geological map, which is going to be celebrated next year. The story that William Smith came to Yorkshire for the first time, climbed the tower of York Minster and looked around, and he worked out what geology he was going to find in mapping Yorkshire simply by reading the landscape, seeing, looking north, northwest, northeast towards the Yorkshire moors and the oolites and so on, looking southeast into the Wolds, looking west into the towards the Pennines. So there is, in fact, a thing about that. I just want to give about 7 or 8 examples of artists who, in fact, did understand the landscape. There are many, many thousands didn't. One of the earliest is Jan Bruegel the Elder. And you see there, I think, the image is not reasonably clear. These are the famous falls of Tivoli in central Italy. And there is, in fact, a very good interpretation there, understanding of both the actual basic rocks and the processes that are going in place in producing that splendid waterfall. Another earlier artist, the classical period, Claude Lorraine, originally French, his landscapes again are clearly entirely identifiable even today. You can find the locations, the hills and so on, understanding of the rocks amongst the descriptions there. Coming to England, Wright of Derby, extraordinary artist there, and I've got 2 or 3 examples there. This is a cavern in the morning. That's an Italian theme again. The exact location isn't known. There's no doubt at all what's happening in that, the rocks and forming that cave, and looking out into the bay with some sort of classical ruin in the distance there. Like Hamilton, Wright was very fascinated by the eruptions of, sorry about the spelling, Vesuvius. This is one of his finished paintings of the Bay of Naples with the eruption of Vesuvius at the left there. Another view there, and again, a very good understanding of what's happening geologically and so on. Obviously, he was very much assisted by Hamilton's great study of the Phlegraean fields. I've never had a copy in my office, but I did have 2 hours working through and photographing, actually, every page of the copy which is in the University Library in Bonn many years ago on a history of geology trip. And this is actually very interesting. This shows that very clearly that Wright was actually painting actually in the field. This is an oil sketch, and it was done as the eruption was taking place. Very, very quick. A memoir in many ways, but a beautiful image in its own right. Moving on, again, another English artist, not terribly well known, Francis Town, a very fine, one of the greatest watercolour painters, but he did a huge amount of stuff, both in his native Devon of landscapes, but also in the Alps. And he used all sorts of devices to try and get the image of what was really going on with the geology. Though it's not, you can't see it at that sort of scale here. The crevasses in the glacier there are actually slashes with a knife, slash the paper with a knife to give the effect of the glacier, of the crevasses in that. Interesting artist, Swiss-born, settled, became a major figure in England around the beginning of the 19th century, Philip Jacques de Lutterbourg. He was, for quite a bit of his life, he made a lot of money being a theatre designer and did these huge backdrops and so on. But again, he understood the landscape and so on. That geology is very easy to understand and interpret, and it does look like real rocks laid down in a real way. And there's some sort of historical place taking there. Everybody's frightened of the avalanche coming through. Someone who was one of the three artists, I think, who was passionate about Yorkshire was Turner. One of his earlier works, this is the Falls of the Rhine at Schaffhausen. Again, the geology there is extremely well recorded and interpreted and so on. And you get this with quite a lot of Turner's major works as well. The Mer de Glace, this is a watercolour and body colour gouache. They've got the glacier in the High Alps. And he also used his extraordinary memory, visual memory, I think, of what he had seen. I'll come back and mention that later on. But he used that in some of his historical and other more dramatic pictures and so on. So they got an example of a real landscape, which he remembered very well, which has been used as a setting for this allegorical picture of Apollo meeting the Sibyl. And one very familiar one, anybody who knows Flandre very well will recognise that's pretty good portrayal of chalk, and also the reefs going out of there. Actually, that was caricatured rather splendidly in the very first year of Punch, in which the ladies were all turned into, ladies doing their collecting on the foreshore, were all turned into large pecten shells sticking up and so on. But they've got a very, very fine portrayal by somebody, William Dyce, who did understand the geology very well. Not so well known, Edward Lear, when he wasn't producing these strange verses and limericks about the old person of Cromer who stood on one leg to read Homer and things like that, had an extraordinarily good understanding of the landscapes and so on, particularly his Middle Eastern pictures. This is actually in Malta. And you find the drawings are covered with detailed notes, not just about the colour, but also about the nature of the geology, which he would then take away with him. These are field sketches done from life, and then would take it away and work up a major painting afterwards. Similarly, very familiar there, the rock outcrops on Sinai, and actually, when we visited Sinai, we actually saw at least one Bedouin encampment, which is very much like that. And finally, I think for Lear, a very fine distant view of Jerusalem, with again a very good representation and understanding. It's not just getting the image right, but actually understanding why the image is right of the geology as we're looking towards Jerusalem. And John Brett has already been mentioned, very good scientist in his own right, one of the pre-Raphaelites, the famous painting of the Stonebreaker, but also superb quality understanding of the geology, in this case of the much older rocks on the southern coast of Guernsey. Okay. See where I've got you on time now. Not too bad on time, more or less. So, last half hour then, about Yorkshire geology and landscape through the RTSIs. I've put a little note there if anybody's going to complain about including bits and pieces in this. I'm working on the traditional Yorkshire, and particularly important, Richmondshire, some quite big chunks of which, of course, like High Force, I think, were transferred out of Yorkshire in the massacre of Yorkshire in 1974. So don't come complaining about these aren't Yorkshire, they were called Yorkshire at the time. One of the things about it is that, about Yorkshire, is that very few artists, proportionately, were actually interested in the Yorkshire geology and landscape. There were some important exceptions, 3, I think, in particular, I'll show, who have in fact understood and demonstrated it very well. But the landscape of Yorkshire, even the higher hills of the Pennines, are fairly soft and rounded, and you've only got to go 20 miles west or 40 miles southwest, and you get into the Lake District or into North Wales, which of course had this picturesque or this awesomeness and so on, which attracted artists by the thousand, not least Yorkshire artists who went rushing off there. The landscape of Yorkshire, the great majority of it, has been glaciated at least twice, probably 3 or 4 times over the last 3/4 million years, and it does not have these spectacular features and so on. And even where you have, this is the oldest picture I'm going to show, Thomas Daniel was a good watercolour artist. Even when you have a spectacular feature like Brimham Rocks or the clown calf off the Chevron that's above Ilkley, they've not attracted the artists in large numbers. And that's rather curious thing, which I think is difficult to explain in many ways. One artist above all, the one world-class artist who did see the tremendous value and quality of the Yorkshire landscape was Turner. You've seen a couple of his, 2 or 3 of his alpine pictures here. He had 2, he was a Londoner, and I think within the next few weeks there's going to be what seems to be going to be a very fascinating biographical movie of him on Turner, and to some extent the conflict between Turner and Constable. But although he was from London, he had a number of places that he was particularly fascinated by, and people he was fascinated by. In south of London, in Sussex, Petworth, he spent a lot of time there, and a lot of major paintings and so on were done in that area, and not just as landscapes and so on. But the other one, less well known, is Farnley Hall, not far from Otley, in the Wharfe Valley. And over a period of around 22 years, Turner spent a total of many months actually staying with the Fawkes family of Farnley Hall, and there are something in excess of 600 drawings and sketches which are pure from the Farnley Hall collections and sketchbooks, quite a lot of them now in the Tate. But that was, in addition to that, he had a number of major commissions. Quite early on, he was commissioned to do some coastal scenes around the coast. And then in 1816, he had a commission for an extraordinary 3,000 guineas to produce drawings which could be then engraved as illustrations for a new history of Yorkshire. The actual final book wasn't produced, although he did produce later on illustrations for a history of Richmond. Richmond Shire. But for the Yorkshire sketchbooks, the 1816 one, he produced around 1,000, certainly 955, 960 individual sketches. So they got an artist who did understand the quality and the value of the landscape. And again, this is a sort of view here of what, even today, with all the modern changes of agriculture and everything else, we can see the quality of the Wharf Valley there. This is a worked out watercolour drawing from sketches that he made, which do survive. He also started the rush towards Gordale Scar. There's really only one place in Yorkshire, apart from the coastal places, coastal resorts like Scarborough and Whitby, only one place that has attracted large numbers of artists over a long period of time. And this is Gordale Scar on the south flank of the Dales. First painted here by Turner as one of the Farnley Hall visits and so on. And again, this is a very good representation of this very deep ravine which has been formed as the stream comes off the Ingleborough platform and down the fault scarp into the valley below. But the most famous, of course, I'll go back to other ones there. And another example here of one of his early works producing illustrations for the coasts of England and Wales. I'm not quite certain, I've not quite worked out exactly whether it's Ravus or it's certainly on that part of the coast. But again, a good representation, a good understanding of the geology. In the Dales, very famous illustration, heavily engraved many times, painted several times. Weathercote Cave, which is the stream is in full space and going down this very substantial deep pothole. Turner again looking at interpreting Marlin Cove. Sorry, that image isn't terribly clear. These are the cattle aren't. I think the. Sorry.
Keep your thumb still. It's beeping. As you do that, it beeps.
Oh. I'm trying to advance the picture.
No, just use it to advance the picture. That's stroke it.
Okay. So there's say Turner's looking at Mount Cove. That again is part of the Farnley things. I'm not sure you're going to see very much of these. But what I wanted to point out here was the quality and the strength of Turner's memory. This is a sketch, the Yorkshire sketchbook, from the 1816 visits and so on. And the sketches are extremely, very, very sketchy that way. Just a tiny representation. So it's got the angles there, but you can just see a sort of dirty sponge and so on. That is what is recorded of Ingleborough. You then go back and work up a full-scale drawing from memory. In the drawings and the sketches and so on were very often simply to give him the proportions exactly as they were. And you see this in some of the other notebooks there. This is a little bit more further developed of Ingleton looking towards Ingleborough. The actual drawings are very, very thin indeed, done in pencil. Two more there, yeah. That's one of the studies for Weathercote Cave. full of water, which is what the painting of. And that sort of information was sufficient for him to, with sometimes, you see in the bottom left there are some notes there about what the landscape of the geology is about. And that was enough for him to be able to go back and produce finished drawings or even major oil paintings. Another watercolour here, the Sema water, again with the landscape very well reflected, and also the big boulders on the shore there. Another one there. This is the Washburn, as it says there. Again, very clear, very accurate representation of the side of the dale behind, with the vegetation in the foreground. And coming back to the Wharf Valley, this is, as you see there, leads the Liverpool Canal near Kirkstall. Another one of the Farnley, many hundreds of Farnley drawings. Another one, again, looking across the Wharf Valley from Bow Ockley. Another Wharf Valley one here. Little bit of geology in there, but the feel for the landscape is very clear and there. Rather more detailed drawing. This is a Farnley one for the crags at Upper but again, this is he's interested in getting his proportions right, his directions, and so on. He can fill the rest in from his memory and from notes. And the very fine painting of the high force of the Tees. That was originally part of the illustrations for the history of Richmondshire, which was published with engravings after Turner's paintings. He was quite in his correspondence about these big commissions. He said he wrote to one of his friends saying he got this commission for 3,000 to do this illustrations of Yorkshire, which he said the book wasn't produced in the end. But he said, I've got most of the stuff anyway. I can work from that. So he was going to go around and do some other things, go with it. But he had already was very familiar with this, and unlike most artists, he didn't turn his nose up at Yorkshire and its long landscapes and geology. An example of some of the finished work from engraving after a Turner illustration, looking towards Ingleborough. Now, the next one coming in ahead is James Ward. James Ward is one of the most important animal painters of the early 19th century. But he became completely obsessed with Gordale Scarn again, and started doing some detailed drawings of this. You see there of looking from the waterfall down the valley. This is 1811. A developed sketch for that, looking in the other direction, which is a year or two later. And again, the geology is very well understood and represented there. Some detailed sketches for individual rocks, which you then, 5 or 6 drawings there, which you then built into the final work, which was a sensation when it was shown at the Royal Academy in 1815. It's a large picture. It is in the Tate, in the Turner Request. And again, it does show you can see on the right-hand side, the the stratification in the limestone there, but also the awesomeness of that whole thing. Now, I could actually show a lot of other pictures of Gordell Scar, because Turner and then particularly Ward going there does seem to have attracted artists for best part of 200 years afterwards. But that was, we'll leave that now for now. An interesting artist, not very much known about, was somebody called N. Whitlock. I've not been able to identify him more than this. But he was commissioned to do quite a lot of illustrations for a book of plates of Yorkshire, which was really quite well represented. This is in the Ordales and Wensleydale. Also did some of the coasts as well. Kilnsey Church, long before it, just before it was went over the last bits, went over the cliff. South of Dymlington, just north of Spurn Point. His interpretation of Allen Cove is a good deal cruder, but still gives a good representation of it. The engravings were by different artists, but they were all commissioned from these works by Whitlock. The dripping well at Knaresborough, petrifying well. Coming on a little bit further, Edward Priestley was quite a prominent artist of the mid-19th century, and produced this a number of paintings, but particularly this one's, I think, very clear. These falls on the river just above Ingleston, and again, both the overall landscape and the geology of the setting, the rocks and so on, shows a very good understanding of the geology there. I mentioned Turner as one of the three artists who became very understanding and very impassioned about Yorkshire. The first was Turner, as I said. Edmund Neyman was an interesting character. His father was German, came to England and worked as an insurer at Lloyd's. And Neyman himself followed into Lloyd's for a short time as a clerk, but became wanted to branch out and become an artist, and became one of the most successful, most prolific landscape artists of the English mid-19th century. He was very unhappy about what was happening within the exhibiting scene, set up his own gallery and worked with a number of other people. His influences were primarily, I suppose, the sort of mid-period landscapes of Turner, but he brought into this the continental influence of Caspar David, and also later on he was influenced by Corot. And so you've got, this is I think I'll show 2 or 3 paintings by him. This is looking down Whitby Harbour. You see the abbey on the right hand side, but the setting, the landscape is very accurately represented. Very fine picture of the Mulgrave area. Again, with good representation of the cliffs and the individual rocks, so in the foreground. Rather splendid picture of Filey Brig with a wreck on it. And Nidderdale, again, the representation of the total landscape is not only very attractive, it's very accurate, and also the portrayal of the individual, presumably probably glaciated rocky outcrops here in the foreground. And another last picture of Whitley by him up against the cliffs. And, sorry, one other, the wharf at Partick Bridge is, again, another that's very well represented. This one is stop. There was a very strong, very successful school of marine painting in Hull, John Ward, and then Henry Redmore. This is a picture which you find if you decided to skip lunch and go to the Franz Art Gallery. Majority of these were interested primarily in the maritime aspects of it, particularly storms and so on. But this one by Redmond again got a pretty clear indication of the scenery from the sea of Whitby Harbour, the entrance to Whitby Harbour. John Taylor Anston was another more minor local artist who did a couple of 2 or 3 good paintings of Flamborough. There's a bark leaning against a sea stack there, and a picture of, on the other side, on the south side of Flamborough Head at Danes Dyke, not far from the very cliff actually. This is one that puzzles me a great deal. I've not been able to find out anything about J. Walton, but there's somebody there who really does understand the geology extremely well and represents it very well. I did wonder once or twice that I think, was it J. Walton was a doctor who was there was a J. Walton who was the founder of the Hull Geological Society. It's a very common name, may not be there, but it'd be interesting to see some more work done on that. I think this picture is, from memory, is in Silbury Hall collection. But there's a very, very interesting thing there. There's also an interesting, compare it with that Rice of Derby looking out of a cave. Sidney Lee coming into the 20th century, another representation of Malham Cove. And coming on a little bit further, W.E. Smith again, relatively unknown artist, but a very fine portrayal of the northern edge of the Peak District, just outside Sheffield. Not sure if that's in Yorkshire or not, but the Rutland Valley.
It is.
Is it?
Yes.
Good, okay. I knew I'd get everything, some feedback sometimes. Very different in style. Sir Charles Holmes was actually an artist, a critic and so on, and a museum director. He was director of the National Portrait Gallery and then became director of National Gallery for about 15 or 20 years. And he was actually very attracted to the Richmond area of Yorkshire and spent a lot of time up here. A rather nice painting there of looking towards Whernside. I think there's another one by him as well, so I guess go, yes. This is not far, just more or less in the other direction, looking into Ribblesdale, a different date. And they had a Wensleydale. He spent quite a lot of time up here, and quite a lot of his paintings, which are in a lot of collections, are of this part of the Dales. Border Scar, as I said, attracted large numbers of artists and still does today. I could do a whole half-hour program about different interpretations of Border Scar, right through to the 15 or 20 years ago. Some people have used just turned into a virtually an abstract thing there, but I thought one that was just showed in the great tradition was John Piper, who, of course, is best known these days for the paintings he did of churches and historic buildings, but he also did some landscapes, and of course about a period when he did one of the pioneers of abstract constructions and so on. And finally, more or less finally, some rather interesting bits and pieces here. The railway companies commissioned lots of paintings which were then reproduced as posters on things of the Skegness is so bracing and that sort of thing. The issue of the ownership of these was very complicated. It was not really settled until the 1960s or early 70s, when the Society of Artists and so on managed to negotiate the legal position in relation to the original works of art. But generally speaking, although tens of thousands of posters survive, the great majority of the originals hadn't. They were presumably taken away by members of the board or by the printers, whatever it might be. Konstantin Gorbatov, I don't know, is pretty obviously a Russian name, and presumably came over as an exile around the time of the First World War. But really a nice painting in a postmodern style for a railway post for the North East Railway. And a couple of, this is one for British Rail, so it's first 1945, not 47, for Ribblesdale. And finally, the third person, very recently, who has begun to understand the quality, particularly the worlds, which have hardly been touched, except for the coast like Flamborough, was David Hockney. David was born and brought up in Bradford, and there was a sort of rather interesting geographical spread of things. As far as I can see, Leeds people and Hull people went to Woodsea and Hornsey. Bradford people went, and Leeds people also went to Scarborough. Bradford people went by their tens of thousands to Bridlington. And when his mother was pretty elderly, David got a former boarding house, small hotel, on the south side of Bridlington Bay, and set it up for his mother. And then he began to live there much more himself. And I think I heard that he had, following the tragedy about 18 months ago, he has more or less moved full-time back to California. But he was one of the very few people, I think, who has really understood and become passionate about the very subtle landscape of the Yorkshire Wolds. And I'm just going to show a couple of examples here. This one is called The Road Across the Wolds, heading towards the Vale of Pickering, looking towards Staxton and the descent there, just about underneath the OA of road in the heading at the top.
We've just got a minute left now. Yeah.
It's finished. I think I missed one. Must have missed one of the Hawkins. I had to do that. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
All right. Well, good afternoon. It's nice to see you all here for a start, and we're apparently looking at I'm Barry Heaton, so President of the Hull Geological Society. So mine's, compared with the YGS, a bit on the fresh side, as you might say. But anyway, we have a nice little afternoon ahead of us. We looked this morning at a lot of the old history and the geology and the art aspects of it and so forth, which is in itself a study. The geology, the art and what have you connected together there. This afternoon we are looking at, shall we say, what's happening now. In other words, the geology, what shall we say, the way that it's being used, the way that people are affected by it in a more personal sense, and in that way, bringing us a little bit up to date, shall we say. But I would, first of all, we have a poetry reading from Mike McKimm, who tells me that he's a librarian with the Geological Society in London, so he's got a nice interesting job there, and it should give him quite a little bit of scope for deciding what his poetry is going to say. Anyway, I'd like to introduce Mike McKimm.
Such work, just to begin. Footwork, eye work, such all-weather work. Wet lead running on paper, bare legs scratched by marron grasses. Sketching on sand, sketching in notebooks. Sampling fossils, pebbles, blown sand. A thick rucksack. Eyeglass, vials, sandwich bags. Trowel, hammer. Hammering and hammering, cliffs, boulders, hammering chisels at the narrowest angle, careful not to split. Eye work, silence, waves and wind and scattering seagulls, but silence, thought, calculation, measurement, work, before the actual work, the writing up. It's really great to be here, and I'd like to thank Anna for inviting me to be part of this symposium today, and also to be involved in On the Endless Here, which is a project based around Flamborough Head. I'm working with the geologists on Flamborough Head. Before I read some poems, I'd like to give you a little background about the project, which I've been working on for about 2 to 3 years now. In 2011, I organised an event at the Geological Society of London called Poetry and Geology, a Celebration. That we hold the event had been a suggestion of the Society's then president, Dr. Brian Lovell of Cambridge University. Brian is a firm believer in cross-disciplinary action between artists and between arts and sciences as a way to get the message of climate change across to a climate-fatigued public. During his talk on poetry and climate change, during a talk that he gave, which is about poetry and climate change, Brian set for the audience the following challenge: that poetry will help to establish true environmental conviction where scientific prose has failed us. Well, I like a challenge, so with the assistance of an Arts Council grant, I started this project in June 2012. I joined geologists on field excursions, attended lectures and seminars, and using the material from the Geological Society Library, I kept up to date with all the current research. The results are collected in a book called Fossil Sunshine, from which I will be reading this afternoon. It was a year spent on beaches. In Yorkshire, I stood amongst the ruins of tide defences and fallen double yellow lines, looking at the slumped cliff coast of Holderness, and gathered Norwegian porphyry, devil's toenails, Baltic amber. In Margate, I joined a troupe of geohistorians and lugged home a flint as polished and humanoid as a Henry Moore. In Dorset, I read a poem on the cliff top to a slightly bemused crowd from BP. At the foot of that cliff in Lulworth Cove, we rubbed our hands in oil sands and learned about the intricacies of horizontal drilling. And returning home to the Antrim coast where I grew up, The coarse black basalts around the Giant's Causeway took on a new significance, their forging having played a possible part in global warming 55 million years ago. It's a 55 MA event which dumped 1 billion tonnes of carbon into the atmosphere. What I have enjoyed is the practical creativity of geologists. Whether working through a problem on a raised beach, or calculating the volume of an imagined oil field, or mapping in their minds an invisible cliff, their creative approaches are ones that I think artists and writers should hope to emulate. They are unafraid to think of and design grand, sometimes terrifying solutions to our climate challenge. Science backs them up, but it is imagination that gets them there. I hope that my poems capture some of the creative verve exhibited by the scientists I met, that they are not afraid to ask difficult questions and they don't presume to have the answers. To me, they are a record of a year of discovery and are as various as my monthly obsessions. Coastal erosion to oil pipelines, to the Anthropocene, to lab work, to geoengineering. While looking at instances of past climate change, it is human history and human characters that figure largely in the poems. Human indifference and bloody-mindedness, human stoicism, but also human optimism and ability and ingenuity. This afternoon I'm going to read mostly from the poems from that project, which part of what ended up being called Fossil Sunshine, as well as one longer new poem which I've written more recently for On the Endless Here, the Flamborough project, of which today's symposium is a part. My first ever geological field trip was to Barmston Beach in Holderness with Mike Horne. It has been a real pleasure to listen to, observe and learn from Mike over the last 2 years, and also Stuart, Ian and Roger, who I've got to know more recently during field trips at Flamborough. I'm going to read a sequence called Field Notes, which is based on the Flamborough geology trips. And I'm very grateful to Anna and Joe Ray for some of the images which we use in this section. Bempton Cliffs. Beneath the surface, stretching for a mile, the huge chalk platforms grinded into pits by wave-chucked boulders and the pelted gravels. Add to this the way the platform fits with the western edge of a major step in the North Sea, and conditions are ideal. The forces on the water mean it's kept refreshed and rich in nutrients. A field of algae thrives in wave-cut crevices. Anemones and hybrids court with fists of sea urchins, pittocks interstices. It's the southern limit of the kelp forest. And up above, where gannets collect, a thatch of wildflowers grows, guano-flecked. Selleck's Bay. Selleck's Bay. Like veins of fat in a hock of ham, fault lines score down heave-chalk cliffs and across the thick shore platform. The flints are uniform, and calcite clefts indicate the brecciated crush zone occurring to the south of the west-east latitude of tectonic disturbance. It's highly complex, to say the least. But there's a rhythm in the chalk. Soft and harder beds, nodules, wispy marls, alternating flints, regular as clocks that mark a record of Cretaceous cycles. The whole Earth's orbit accurately ranged, their frequencies a pacemaker for change. Danesdyke. We are waiting for results from Sheffield on the sample taken from the horizontal borehole. Initially we thought the gravels could be correlatives of interglacials found further west. Do you follow? But now we read in their significance the movement of the North Sea lobe of the last ice sheet in eastern England. Freeze and thaw has worked the sediments. On top of these are laminated muds and rippled sands, suggesting ice was present to the south. But we are not wizened druids with hazel wands. This is just our impulse. We're eagerly awaiting the results. Surrey. We take a sample from the buried cliff, raised beach shingle, chalk, the skipseed till, coarse and imbricated gravels. We lift small cupfuls to the microscope, label hippopotamus, hyena, straight-tusked elephant, bison, deer, and water vole. We sort the flints from temperate mollusks, wild erratics found in kettle holes. Thermoluminescence dates the blown sand to a period mid-Ipswichian. Going further back, we see then how the land in fact curved west away from Bridlington, and where we took the rocks, the cliff we walked, did not exist, was low Cretaceous chalk. My reading today is split into 4 sections, as much for your benefit as mine, I think. So I'll read just one more now. This poem is for Stuart Jones. No sooner had Stuart arrived than he found a fossil sea sponge. It looked to me no different from the other smaller boulders on the beach, and of course I'd been looking for the wrong thing entirely. The sponge lay under the skin of chalk dust like a condom under its wrapper. Holding the rock in his left hand, his left leg supported on a boulder, Stuart brought his hammer down to crack it as you might crack a coconut, though of course Yorkshire chalk is harder than coconut. He turned it, hammered, turned, hammered again. Soon we had to stand some metres back as bits of chalk, fingernails, marbles, skinflints, spun randomly to hit us. When he'd got as near as he could, without it breaking, he handed me the sea-sponge squatted rock. Lyociaria planus. I weighed it in my hand. On top it was a rough bowl, thick-lipped, with green mossy fungus rubbed around its edge and into crevices. In places it was dimpled like a golf ball. Underneath, where a chunk had come away with Stuart's last blow, sprouted the rust corona of its stem. I looked down coast towards the amusements at Bridlington. The road train, pitch and putt. Imagine it ocean, tropically stormed, sea conifers, angiosperms, the whole place electric with reptiles. The sponge in my hand anchored to the sea floor by this small coin of stem, its everyday sway, filtering water for food. There's a trick to cracking Yorkshire chalk, I heard Stuart say, though I failed to write it down or even listen. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I've got to get near the microphone, haven't I? Right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mike. It's, I can't quite say that it put me into the sort of mood that had rainy days at Bridlington and so forth, but I do appreciate your take on it. It's quite, it's realistic, let's put it that way, shall we say. I can't do much better than that. However, and we've got some more before the afternoon's out. But at the moment, we now have a talk from Hannah Sophia, whose interest is, well, she comes from Portland for a start, and they do have some rather special stone down there. And she's going to show us what they are doing and what they are aiming to do, I hope. But the main thing is to bring out the fact that there is a thriving artistic world, as a matter of fact, down in Portland. And much of the stone, of course, from Portland has gone into some very impressive buildings, one way or another. And I think we should have an interesting 40 minutes or so.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
should be all right.
Yeah, fine. So thank you, Anna, again for the symposium, the gathering here. It's really interesting up to now. It's very... what I'm showing is a cultural context for industrial context for landscape. And Portland is 1.5 miles wide by 4.5 miles long. And it's a remnant landform, once part of a much wider land mass. But its coastline has been shaped by the quarrying process, revealing large sections of the geology, where evidence of life was replaced at molecular level, and it's geologically and geographically at the centre of the World Heritage Coast, Jurassic Coast World Heritage Site. Thomas Hardy called Ireland an isle carved by time from a single stone, and that artists and writers should come and work here. And the project that I'm part of began in 1983 with Philip King from the Royal College of Art, setting up a new course in landscape and environmental sculpture. And that was, oh right, got to move this. That was in, is that right way around? Sorry, I went twice on that one. Yeah, just the next slide. I think the next one was the landscape, landscape. Or maybe that is one. So we were looking at a model for regeneration and exchange of practice that worked across these disciplines, because the landscape has a geological history, a cultural heritage, an industrial past and present at the moment, with so many more years of quarrying, probably a generation or two more. So the artists engaging in the landscape have helped to regenerate talc quarry particularly, and the rest of the context of how you can bring in all these areas. So we led a model for regeneration that looked at this interdisciplinary practice, and where the industry uses stone for buildings, architects only use a good stone, geologists study the witch bed, the good building stone. The geologists study the waste that the industry doesn't have a use for, and the quarrymen have to understand something of the geology to get the stone out. Ecologists study the environmental significance of the landscape. So you have all these areas that are all centred on the stone, which is quite exciting. The island, the left hand, beginning with the Portland Sculpture and Quarry Trust, is based at the Drill Research and Project Space, where people come, artists, scientists and other researchers, develop, make, test out and try and show new work. The drill hole overlooks Independent Quarry, which is the second slide down there, and sits in the middle of 11 contrasting quarry environments within half a mile radius, accessed by public footpaths. So you can see how intensively Portland's been quarried. And Talc Quarry, where we began the project in 1983, has been quarried in the traditional way, where the skills haven't changed since the beginning of civilization. So the island still carried this history of plugs, the old methods, hand methods. Today's contemporary methods, Admiralty Quarry, is a good example of that, the blasting and the crushing of stone. There's a video that we're showing quickly, just to give you an idea of what those skills were about. and I think you can put next on it. So I think there's another video that follows this one, which is contemporary today. That would be Skylark, who was a former trustee of the project. And in this video, it has a huge blast in independent quarry where people are now using methods like dynamite to get the stone out. After the Second World War, Portland's mineral consents were given to crush right down to the bottom of the island. So you have a huge amount of extraction taking place at different levels. Some for building, the higher stone, wet bed, base bed, and then beneath that is a Cherty series, which is used for blasting and road stone. So you have the whole section. There is a video attached to this.
They were our playground. We played cowboys and Indians up the old banks. This was it. This was the place we got to love it and to like it, and it gets in your bones. Stone gets in your inside. You walked where you wanted, and nobody said anything to you. You did. Listen.
So that's actually Skylark from a film that the BBC took on Portland stone. He explained the whole of the island. This is the place that explosion took place in Admiralty Quarry. We regularly video and record the landscape, so we have a huge amount of information on the geology here. And this is like the bottom of the quarry, which is 600 foot or so, probably less, a bit less than that. But it's the lowest one on the island, and that's the bed, which actually is just beneath it is the Kinridge clay that the island sits on. So this is actually the floor being blasted. And this is a map, kind of map of the different fossil record that you can find within the whole strata of the quarry, of the landscape itself. So we've been recording this record of, more than 20 years, 25 years. So we've been living with the landscape, mapping it, but we're not geologists, we're artists working with geologists who have far more detailed understanding of how that relates to our climate today and where we're going. Tom Mason, he was part of a group of artists from Seacourt Print Workshops in Ireland, and they worked with the community, and they also did a project with us looking at, I think Tom's got bits of the moon there, or there are some very old rocks that he's brought, which are not way before Portland. The University of Leeds have been recording the landscape for a very long time, mapping it, and I think there's a video attached to this one as well. So,
geologists, the information that's being dug up in the quarries, once it's lost, is gone forever. If we can record it, then we can paint pictures of landscapes in the past. Vivid pictures which parallel the artistic and sculptural landscapes that Hannah and her colleagues are encouraging here.
They would form as cube.
So Paul Ensign talks about how important recording of the geology is, and you have a picture here of Tom, who's from the University of Leeds, one of Jane Francis' students, who's made a huge commitment to Portland's landscape. And Jane her students have really, on a yearly basis, 6 weeks mapping of the whole island every year. So they keep rediscovering important features, and those features are fed back into the drill hall, which becomes a resource for artists, architects, geologists, scientists. So the geological research has got most of the understanding, I suppose, of the landscape. It's how artists engage with landscape alongside that. They can run parallel paths alongside the geology, or in some cases actually engage with that process. Could we play this video?
So that's a bigger version and one face of a crystal that's coming out like that. So these are the smaller versions of those crystals.
They're just formed by calcium carbonate precipitates out of the water, and the wave washes them back and forwards to make them very small balls.
Yeah.
They all get cemented together. But originally they've just been sand like that.
My name's Jane.
So that's a quarry floor. That's a quarry floor. And that's a quarry floor waiting to be blasted in Bowes Quarry. And that has now gone well below that surface. So you can see how important the research is to understanding what's there, because as soon as it's revealed, it's liable to disappear really quickly. So there's a real need to increase the level of mapping that goes on with the landscape, especially now that Jane's moved on to the Antarctic Survey, where she's a director. Next, I think, I'm trying to put to. Yeah, so here you've got an evidence of a ripple bed limestone, and we'll see today. So this present past thing is very, very interesting, because you can look at an environment in the past, and then you can see its corresponding landscape today in another part of the world. So really, the stone was formed in other places. It was pushed here by the Alps, which were formed, which came out of volcanic, I believe, or a different process pushed the limestone up from the seabed, and you have this amazing raised seabed which has huge amounts of information in it, layers upon layer upon layer of information. So a lot of geologists use it for field study research, and I think Shell International, one of the geologists there was a student of Jane Francis and brought them to look at various points which have been recording again, what they find. I think we can play a video of Jane speaking about
Francis and I am Professor of Paleoclimatology at the University of Leeds. I work on ancient climates, so I'm a field geologist, so I go into the field and study rocks and fossils, and from those I then interpret ancient climates. And then from that we can identify compositions of ancient forests, and we can also do use specific techniques to work out what the climate was like millions of years ago. And that helps us understand how the climate varied in the past, sort of timescales, and how the climate system worked. And then we can use that information to try and work out how that will apply to climates of the future. The drill hall is really useful for my students because apart from the fact that there's a fantastic room that they can use there to work, so their microscope there's and their books there, and their big tables where they can lay out their maps. Particularly it's raining here on Portland in the summer. But they can also go there to interact with all the people who come and are interested in carving. And so often the students get involved with filming some of the Quarry Trust work, and they also interact with school children who come there to learn about the stone. And they can explain a bit about the geology of the rock that they're working on to visitors, which is a really good experience for them.
Yeah, so Jane has been also involved with our Green Stones project. We don't need that yet. And I don't need that. I don't need that one yet, but it doesn't matter if it comes on. Yeah, this is Jane's research into the trees on Portland, which tell you, well, which she was looking at what the weather was like 150 million years ago, and she was using the information in the tree rings to give her that understanding of how environmental change is taking place. And this is another one of Jane's discoveries. It's dragonfly ring in the aqua beds. The connection here between Jim Cook, who's a photographer, and geomorphologist Ken Coombe, we have had exhibitions and research projects where residency type things, where artists and scientists come together. And in terms of Jim, he's basically part of the V&A. He's got an exhibition as part of 100 photographers in an exhibition called Questions of Landscape, which photographers from all around the world have photographed landscapes. And I think Jim is very interesting because he does take on he uses his photography to question and engage and explore into far more detail. So he's using stereoscopic or very, very close macro imaging. And Ken Coombe, who is an amazing work he's done of all these mapping of the landscape here, of all the gullies. He's literally hand measured every single gully. So from the uplift of the island, you have these lines that run north-south. I don't know if you can see them there. I can't see them very clearly from here. Can you? And he's measured each one of those. Now, those would have been the original method of getting the stone out, or the way it fell away from the coastline. When Wren needed it, it fell away from the east cliff because of the structure of the rock. So, this is the very jointing system that the quarrymen follow to get the stone out. It has to come out left to right. So this connection is keep on repeating through geology, quarrying, history. It's sort of in the history of the place. So it really does need an active programme of engagement in it. So Ken's theory is 3 main rivers that ran through here. So the Riparian exhibition involved the river, present and past. Robin Sewell research, it was into the structure of, I think this is a film, of a sound. And Robin's a painter looking at vibration. And these sounds come from stone, and they're different densities of stone. So we're looking at how the density might inform the structure, but also looking at the different elemental. Robin's work is often purely by vibration. He never paints his pictures. He uses vibration to work with them. So he seemed very, very interested in taking forward some areas we were looking at. Do I go back to... So I was just going to show you some very still shots, really, of just to photographs of his exhibition at the Drill Hall, piece of stone that we're moving to project on, because the stone has an incredible quality of absorbing light. So you have this quality in the stone that absorbs light, really. And he was using it to project on his images as well. And this is the actual piece of equipment. It's called a what is it called, Paul?
Cymoscope.
Cymoscope. And you project the sound underneath it, and whatever you put at the top, whether it be sand or salt, or will actually take that vibration and create the picture that he was using. Evelyn Glennie has been also very interested in working with us. I mean, we've been recording stones for 20, 30 years the project's been going, and that's as long as we've been kind of involved in this whole process. So it's a huge amount of materials we've got, and we developed these stones that rang. Howard Hull, strangely enough, at Brantwood Lodge, was one of our trustees before he went to Brantwood, or went to Royal College after that, went to Brantwood. And he said the connection between these disciplines would be very good to take forward. I was one of the artists on the project, and I sort of looked at the bigger picture and thought, how do we do this, and how can we bring an understanding or a value back to the landscape to regenerate it. So Evelyn is still very interested, and we took up a series of stones to her, and these have particular harmonics. So we'll show you a bit of a film on that, but also of the old traditional quarrying techniques. Again, which is how they used to do it.
Striking a stone is so ancient, actually. But, you know, as a percussion player and musician myself, I'm obviously interested in all types of materials in order to create sound. And here we are in Portland at Touch Quarry, and you know, not only does it look interesting, but really the sound world that we're beginning to explore through stone is quite extraordinary.
It's called Still Falling. There's a sort of question in there, are we still falling? And that obviously opens up.
So that's Seven Glennie, and that sound process is still happening today. We're collecting stones from different quarries. Each quarry has a completely different sound, depending on its geological structure. So it's a huge area there were over 100 working quarries, remember, so it's a huge area that we've got to explore this, and we want to kind of create a very large, massive instrument that's going to be about history and ecology, geology, and we were looking at ways of projecting images. But this project has been going for quite a long time, and we are engaging other artists. We involved Yorkshire in this. Bobby Miller got the idea from us. We developed that idea originally through mineral industry, and then they took it. We gave them the connection to that project and the funding connection as well through the mineral industry. So we've kind of headed a lot of really exciting ideas. How we manifest them and how we work together is a really important area of how we actually work together to kind of get something to happen. So those connections are really exciting. And I suppose just one or two still shots. Richard phoned up and said he was looking for, how many tons was it, Paul?
It was about, I don't know, he didn't know the tonnage. He wanted a 9-metre diameter circle that was made out of these.
Yeah, so 9 metres. So I think it was about 7 or 8 tons or 10 tons or something. But they all had to be filled in huge bags, and we went round every single quarry, and he liked the scale of these particular pieces, you know. And that was his piece in Haunch Venison. Well, we had 22 students from the University of Brighton helped us select, because we ran electives across the disciplines. There's also Dunhill O'Brien, Mark, who's Dean of St Martin's, and he was very interested and Tamika in working on the Boulder stone. I think some people here must know it really well. Haven't been to see it. It's the largest freestanding boulder in England. Is that right? Yeah. And Tamika and Mark went through measuring it, almost a geological process actually, measurement, and reconstructed them in clay, but both gave their own interpretation of them, so there are 2 different clay models that were made. And that exhibition came from Tokyo, Yakubo Art Space, and Tamika suggested we become part of this micro-residency program, which is about small organisations or small structures actually developing connections with the environment, the community, whatever. You know, that things were being done on a small scale that couldn't be done on a big scale. So that kind of idea of a project that grows up from the roots of a place is very, very exciting. Hamish Halsey was one of the artists originally who came down to Philip King. He was one of Philip King's students, and he did a piece of work in landscape, which I don't have a picture of here, but it led him on to making work with architects. So whatever direction artists want to go in, I think it's very exciting because there is a landscape that can offer, I think, a different set of questions depending where you are and where you're going. Paul Cooper, who had never done any stonework before, in the first year of the project created this fantastic dry stone bridge, which was based on Leno's Bridge, which is a dry stone walling bridge in Tower Quarry. Stephen Marsden, these are all the pictures in the beginning of the project, where we saved the quarry from mineral rights, because a year before that, Tout had had a boulder contract with over 30,000 tonnes, which were extracted really from these beautiful walls for sea defences. So it did have mineral rights. It was still a working quarry. If it hadn't been for artists working there, putting something back or thinking within the context of landscape, that quarry would not be there right now. So it's a brilliant thing to be working with a live project that has a real relationship to where artists have actually made a difference. Stephen Marsden had never carved before. He was one of Richard Wilson's students who did the Sarchiol piece. Richard made a piece of work in the quarry that he said was very important to his practice. And Stephen carved this really beautiful piece that was symbolic of architecture and nature, where you have the fossil and you have the Corinthian pillar. This was a student bursary. Justin Nicol was very interested in the way the sun travelled around the earth, so was looking at a piece of work that would throw light into it at different times of day. Very early piece by Andy Kirkby, who did a hill, I think it was lime dust, using a hill painting or dust drawing. And the helicopters at that time, the Navy was still there. So you have this man taking a photograph from another helicopter of someone being suspended in the window of the sculpture. So it's quite an interesting time. Portland had Sheila Wakely Baroque Garden, representation of the Baroque Garden. You take the ruined picture away with you rather than the actual the piece itself, so it becomes like a ruin. And Christine Potts' Serpent Steps, which are a ley line between the Cerne Abbas giant and the church behind, but she was very interested in the Prune Nazca lines and how symbols of regeneration were used in ancient cultures. So she lay a rope on the earth and she followed these steps. She built steps into the side of a cliff. Now these hills have been constructed from the quarrying process in Tout Quarry, so they're man-made. So you have a landscape that's been rebuilt through the quarrying process, whereas today's landscape are huge, big, vacant spaces. So you've got a different question about how you regenerate these landscapes, or how you even monitor them. So Anthony Gormley, still falling in the first year of the project, I think it's quite important because he was referencing the geology, actually. The very top level is the 2 islands of unquarried rock in Tout Quarry, which have the fossil record, or a living rock face, where you can read the strata from the very top. So from the very top you've got a soil bed that's about that thin. It's very thin. It's our soil bed today, and then you've got the slacked beds, which is where the dragonfly wings are found. Jane found it's a lagoon environment. We've got 3 layers of cap which has a purbeck cap. It's a hard terrestrial. It's quite hard. It's not used for carving. It's used for sea defences, and it has the holes where trees once lived. It has dinosaur footprints, and it has the rivers, it has the trees, it has all the terrestrial evidence of life. And it was formed in the where the Mediterranean is today, near like Middle East today. It was actually a different environment where it was formed. Salt pseudomorphs, which gave you evidence of that. It can be found in Cyprus and across the Middle East. And then you have a big soil bed, a great dirt bed probably, separating the terrestrial from the underwater, the Bahama banks today. So where Anthony Gormley carves Still Falling is where the wet bed is. That's good building stone. Just above the wet bed is the fossil deposits from an environment very much like Bahama banks today. So you could go to the Bahama banks and you could watch the stone being formed. So pure sunlight interacting with calcium water creates these little oolitic structures that create sound as well. So you've got Gormley's Still Falling, which is on the important bed of rock which the quarrymen were paid for. They weren't paid for anything above that to take out, so they stacked the waste behind them. So Tout's full of these amazing gullies which actually follow the geomorphology. So they had to work and stack behind them, so they followed the actual underlying structure of the geomorphology. So it's quite interesting to read that landscape or to walk that landscape, because you're actually walking in the geological pathways. Gormley made an important statement. You know, we had a seminar, all of the artists together, like, what are we doing here? You know, artists were moving into the environment about that time, 83, with Grisdale Forest and Yorkshire Sculpture Trust, but Sculpture Park. But Grisdale was an initiative happened before Portland, and this question about what we have, the relationship of the quarry to our thinking, the relationship to the environment, to the artist's development of their ideas, what they bring to it, what they give back, what they take, what they engage in, is very interesting in terms of whether you leave behind a permanent piece of work or whether it's a temporary piece of work. So that was sort of happening, temporary and permanent work. And there's a small clip of Anthony Gormley, and we were interviewing artists by the work, so it's quite an old video of him. But the question is still there as to how we go forward. Could we go back to the beginning of that, because he introduces his work? Yeah?
It's called Still Falling. There's a sort of question in there, are we still falling? And that obviously opens up the other big kind of area of reflection that the quarry engages, which is, you know, what is man's place within the natural world? And are we still, in a way, not only falling ourselves, but causing that which supports us to fall also? If we are to survive, and if the world that supports us, this earth, this planet that supports us, is to survive, we have to use culture to discover our nature within nature. And this is such a fundamental change. This is a fundamental change in the way in which the West, which is another term that needs redefining, has considered education and civilization, and the culture that binds those two concepts together.
So I think that that very important observation that Gormley made, and he said, you know, he'll still continue to help the project if we need him. And I think next year, with the launch of the Wildlife Trust with the Wildlife Trust of the Quarry Park, where Tout becomes a centre for the wider Portland Quarry Park, where we preserve areas of landscape and keep open access to them, is very, very important to Portland. And now with what happens to quarries when they finish, there's a hole in the ground that's worth, 4 or 5 profits are made. One for quarrying, one for crushing, one for filling in, one for building. We want to kind of stop the building on Portland, but to keep alive some understanding of landscape. And that is about the mapping, the articulation of it, the layering, and how human time and the vastness of geological time can engage. And it's that threshold that we're looking back from to go forward. And if we can bring architects to and designers and education, like Gordon was saying, it's how culture and civilization, if we can actually change with the times and sort of really address these issues now, I think it will be really important. This seminar is really, really exciting because there's a group of people who are interested in their areas of research, and it's how we bring that research together, I think, that we can answer some of these other questions that we're faced with, like Italy. What do we do? They've got a mountain that's falling down because of industry so bent on, having to exploit those minerals. So, yeah, there's a lot of really interesting areas, I feel, that we can move into through arts and science. Yeah?
Thank you very much, Hannah.
Yeah.
First of all, any questions for Hannah? I can ask you one, which was the... Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Yeah, one I would like is there's Miss Glennie doing her xylophone.
Yeah.
There's a very similar one in the Slate in the Lake District, but it only comes from one particular part of the landscape, and I wondered, is it something to do with the size of the sand or whatever it is the sample is made of, is made of, or is it something to do with the surely with the solidity of in other words, the density of it, in something of that sort?
Yeah, with Portland, I think it's a composition, the eolitic structure. So it's a geological structure that actually informs the sound.
Yeah.
With Brentwood Lodge.
Hi again. Speaking of quarries, I've got some pictures of quarries by one of my favourite artists, the Canadian photographer Edward Bertinsky. And these are some of his photographs of incredible quarries. And there's a film out at the moment called Watermark by Bertinsky, which I'd encourage you to see if you're interested in this. More recently, he's been looking at the oil industry, all aspects of it, really, extraction and refinement. These are the Alberta tar sands, and transportation and use of oil. He's also been looking at the oil disaster. He's taken a lot of photographs of the Deepwater Horizon oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico. This poem that I'll read next is called Riptide, based on this photograph of the same name. And it has a quote from Bertinsky. If I'm photographing a disaster, it's a slow, intentional, incremental one. Riptide. As slow as this, the sudden loss of suction. What's incubated in the depths now free, swollen, then breathing and quickening in water, but slowly. Salt dark taste, a dim light, a cautious rise. Slowly, slower than before, sneaking past dispersant, escaping atomization, finding a way, a slow and simple tear at the seams, the drag eddying north, brackish Mississippi, then quick cold wall of ocean, blue on blue, nowhere to go, the water veined and hard as tattooed leather, you a reef, you some lost mammalian mass washed in by hurricane, eating everything. I read that to some people from BP. They didn't say much afterwards. I was with BP on a field trip to Dorset when we visited the Witch Farm oil field, which is the UK's largest onshore oil field. It was very different from this oil field captured by Brzezinski. Oil field. You'd have thought that we were headed into wilderness, crossing the frost-still marsh through the forest's early cataract of light. Our quiet coach was clocked by long-horned bulls, ghost-white in clearances and shaded leas. And even when we caught first sight of fencing and the nodding donkeys, they somehow looked so incidental, sparse amongst the trees, the distant yachts at Poole. We parked, disembarked. The air was sent our steamed October breath. We smelled just pine. The security guard yelled, "No photography." We walked up through the forest in a line and then gathered in a ridge above the fence to watch the heaving wells, their duck and pool, their slow lament, or merely stoic dream. 3 kings, commanding and benevolent. How calm it was, the windsock hanging limp. We stayed out of long grass, avoiding ticks, and perhaps it was too cold for dreaded wood ants to materialise. My jeans were stuck in brambles where I plucked a blackberry. And still the only noise, apart from science, apart from average stats, was the beam pump's gentle purr, like an antique singer threaded through with jet, working with a rhythm you would never think so peaceful or so clean. And Brzezinski's taken a lot of pictures of the pipeline snaking through America, which should go for thousands upon thousands of miles. The final poem that I'll read in this section is called Pipeline. Pipeline. Out of Hardesty, 4 feet up, zigzagging through conifers, flexing and thinking, the tiniest tilt, leaving the landscape of smokestacks and bitumen, Alberta highlands clutched in pack ice, southering steadily, not slowing, not quickening, kinking past farmyards, barnsteads and combines, crossing the railroad, saying hello to Oyen, so close that its night hum is a dream song of townsfolk, providing upwards of 500 jobs. And then a slow left turn, and it's into Saskatchewan, fields flaring yellow or ploughed into tweeds, Deer Forks and Happy Land, Merv Creek, Excelsior, nothing but flat now, coasting the highway, Humvees and truck stops, log loads and plant hire, kids slapping kids in the back of Corollas, excited and nervy for their week in Regina, Regina the heart of the spider, sending its train legs to Strasbourg, Camp Dundrum, Lumsden and Weyburn. Here it just sneaks past, nothing to freight trains, on again with its stealth, its glimpse through the tree line. Its water or phone lines, it's surely just cables. Without even a pit stop, it's pierced Manitoba, steady trajectory, knows where it's going, till just south of Lake Manitoba's Black Liver, a sudden right angle, a little pickup in speed, Grey and Dufferin, rippling past Carmen, Roland and Morden, there it is, it's the border, the lowlands and prairies of warm North Dakota, taking vast empty stretches, hayfields, dry wheat, a glint in the eye for the spirit Lake Sioux, down through the sunflowers, the soybeans and barley, sugar beets, corn, oats and potatoes, without noticing difference the other Dakota, making the most of the James River Valley before the land rises going into Nebraska, stressing in heat in this drought-hit summer over the top of the Ogallala Aquifer for a good 1,000 miles, soon to be more. Its ticking and tensing alerts the odd muskrat. At night time it's floodlit by curious eyes, raccoons, timid bobcats, mink and black bear, the yipping coyotes swimming in fireflies. And still on its journey, I left at Steel City, touching down in North Kansas for barely an hour, into Missouri, whistling Dixie, kissing the cleft of the Mississippi, then sunny St. Charles, not even a run-up, over the water to West Illinois, Granite City, Wood River, a first refresh and slow down, then off again east, through Madison, Washington, Jefferson, Clinton, past the strip mall and Java House and school canteen, past further full fields, ready for harvest, past the Eldon Hazlitt State Park, to the Pakota Terminal, the terminal stop.
Our two contributors so far. Thank you very much. That was really quite exciting. Thank you very much. If we move on, I hope that you're feeling a little better for that. We now have a talk from Hannah Halperin from Glasgow, from Scotland. She has lots of stones up there to work with and so forth, and can choose quite nicely, and I certainly wish her best in that one. Anyway, she's going to tell us about her your courses, aren't they? Your educational courses. And I wish you well. Would you welcome Ilana, please? And let's see what we're going to learn from Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And just a little darker, just enough to read by. Ah, okay.
Just give us a nod when you go down.
Well, firstly, I'd like to thank Anna for inviting me to take part in this symposium. It's wonderful to have so many people in the same room who love rocks for so many different reasons. So I'm very happy to be able to contribute to this day. Physical Geology, a field guide to new landmass. Whether standing in the middle of a vast volcanic crater in Iceland, scrambling over Manhattan schist in New York City, or marveling at the basalt columns of Staffa, my love of geology and geological history have made me the artist that I am today. As Hutton said, the present is the key to the past. Witnessing the ancient geology of Scotland, Maine, Greenland, made me want to learn and understand more about how these remarkable natural sites formed. As these sites are home to some of the oldest rocks on Earth, I began to search for the youngest in Iceland, Hawaii, Japan, to see and work with the processes that have formed the ancient rocks I call home. In the course of my work as an artist, I have boiled milk in a 100°C sulfur spring in the crater of an active volcano, transformed a mattress into an iceberg through embedding refrigeration coils into its springs, made a bathtub into a geyser, celebrated my 30th birthday with a volcano born the same year, talked about rocks over coffee with geologists on the crest of an erupting volcano, formed sculptures in caves and hot springs, spent time with geology collections formed inside the body, and held the Allende meteorite, the oldest known object in the solar system, between my two hands. Within this talk, the images you will see are all drawn from these projects, as well as from my work as the artist curator of the geology collection in the new Shrewsbury Museum and Art Gallery, and as the inaugural artist fellow at National Museums, Scotland. For over 15 years, my work as an artist has explored the relationship between geology and daily life. Within my practice, drawing parallels between very personal events, for example, when I was born or when my father died, with the birth of a volcano, allows for a space to think about our place within the geological time continuum from a more intimate perspective. My working approach combines fieldwork in diverse locations, Hawaii, Iceland, France, and in museums, archives, and laboratories with an active studio-based practice. I've had the honor and pleasure of working with organizations such as the Global Volcanism Program at the Smithsonian Institution, the British Geological Survey, and Earthwatch. Through this process, I've had the opportunity to spend time with scientists of extraordinary creative vision in some of the most remarkable field locations on Earth. I have always embraced a non-prescriptive combination of close examination of the natural world and serendipitous discovery. As a teenager, I trained as a stone carver. Printmaking, lens-based media, drawing, and sculpture, in their widest sense, have increasingly become integral aspects of my practice, as whether carving infinitesimal lines out of a hard ground for a copperplate etching, or altering the surface of mica, my current working process feels greatly akin to the focus, physicality, and material richness involved with carving stone. Over the last few years, my ongoing interest in articulating our relationship to the geological world has manifested through physical geology, a project which explores our desire to make corporeal contact with geological phenomena. I have been amassing a new sculptural geology collection through making work which employs naturally occurring geological processes to form each object. New limestone sculptures formed in a cave in France sit alongside objects submerged in the Blue Lagoon in Iceland, encrusted in fresh mineral deposits. This constellation of culturally occurring landmass continues to grow. At the moment, a geothermal sculpture is forming, suspended on a bamboo structure in Beppu, Japan. To describe, two encounters with geology that changed my understanding of the world. Number one, the discovery of a geological artifact in the Manchester Museum led to the realization that a cave can make art. While conducting research as an alchemy fellow at the Manchester Museum, in the oddities drawer of the geology department, I came across a fine collection of lava medallions from Mount Vesuvius, magma pressed between forged steel plates to form an imprint. Imagine a waffle iron that uses lava as batter. In the same drawer, a small stone relief sculpture appeared to be carved out of pure white alabaster. In fact, it was a limestone cast created via the same process that forms stalactites in a cave. In revisiting these historical geological art processes, lava forging and cave casting, I began to develop ideas for physical geological artworks, art objects formed within a geological or deep time context. I went to Saint-Nectaire, a small thermal town in the mountains of the Auvergne in France, to meet with Eric Papin, whose family founded the Fontaine Petrifiante and the art of cave casting 7 generations ago. In a normal limestone cave, it takes 100 years for a stalactite to grow 1 centimeter. In caves of the Fontaine Petrifiante, 1 centimeter grows in 1 year. Every year, Eric and his assistant facilitate the formation of hundreds of cave casts through a labor-intensive process involving 25-meter-high casting ladders, carbonate waterfalls, and natural rubber molds which slowly fill with limestone deposits over the course of a year. In 2008, we began to work together in the caves. The cave cast can be likened to a drawing, a record of incremental change. It is the cousin of the long exposure found in pinhole photography, the gradual accumulation. Though a cave cast serves as a stand-in for deep time, 12 months are not long in a massive geological time context. In daily life, a lot can happen in a year. Within an arts context, a year is also quite a long duration, a continually occurring process, forming a piece of work. The plan is to make a geological time diptych, new lava medallions, new cave casts, slow time and fast time alongside each other. To date, I have made a new series of cave casts which formed over the course of 10 months in the calcifying springs of the Fontaine Petrifiante. The last casts were cracked open to coincide with my 36th birthday in September 2009. The slow time component of the project is now complete. Ancient and technologically advanced modes of production were employed to arrive at these unique objects of pure geology, including traditional copperplate etching, virtual modeling, rapid prototyping, and limestone incrustation. This limestone addition can be considered as a set of stone prints. An excerpt from a letter written by the keeper of a geology collection. Dear both, recently read Charles Lyell's quotes from Ovid's Metamorphoses, which, in Book 15, are musings on Pythagorean doctrine. Nothing perishes in this world, but things merely vary and change their form. He goes on to give examples of these changes, including 13. There are streams which have a petrifying power and convert the substances which they touch into marble. In a volcanic prologue to the fast time component of physical geology, I spent time encountering active lava flows as they formed new land on Big Island, Hawaii. To complete the project, lava stamping implements are ready and waiting for a molten river to emerge from another volcano, Etna, where the art of lava forging surfaced. To carry out this action, volcanologists have agreed to work together at the edge of the next accessible flow. This may occur in one moment or within a lifetime. Field diary, Hawaii. Last night, I woke up in the middle of the night in a panic. We came to this island to spend time with the volcano. Once here, you are 2,500 miles from land in any direction you look. There are no shortcuts to get home. Antarctica is closer to other landmass than this volcanic chain. We are next to an erupting volcano. We are sleeping in a place 7 miles from the point where lava enters the ocean. The current eruption has been going since 1984. The perpetual creation of new landmass. The amount of lava that comes out of the Kilauea volcano could pave a road to the moon and back again 5 times a day, every single day. At the crater's edge is Volcano House, a meeting point for volcano lovers since 1865. For years, Volcano House held a register where visitors were asked to describe exactly what they saw the volcano doing when they were standing at the crater's edge. Say you were the only visitor one day and witnessed an unusual lava fountain. Your chronicle of events might be the only record of this moment in the volcano's life, if the fountain drained back into the crater by sunrise the next day. Thus, a 90-year-long daily history or a volcanic diary changing hands each entry was constructed, a communal biography of a volcano, a geologic life told through hundreds of personal encounters. This reminds me of a conversation I had with a volcanologist about volcanology as a science. Ultimately, a volcano's life is much longer than yours or mine. So to learn about a volcano, study it, get to know it, you must accept that you may never see its full range of behaviors firsthand. A calm volcano might have a violent eruption 400 years from the day you first meet. Or even multi-generations of volcanologists may still only cover 300 years in the long life of an active mountain. So, inbuilt into the process is the tradition of passing along everything about your volcano to the next volcanologist who will be there when you are gone. Inbuilt into the story of each person who gets to know a volcano is the story of that same person's obsolescence. A volcano perpetually erases its own history. 2, a museum collection of an entirely unexpected nature. One evening in Edinburgh, someone approached me and said, "I have been thinking about your work lately. I came across something that I think you might be very interested in. It's a collection of body stones." Body stones? Body stones. Gallstones, kidney stones. They are all made of geology. Out of this conversation grew a totally unexpected line of inquiry within my work. the idea that we, as humans, are also geological agents. We form geology. We are like volcanoes, producing new landmass on a micro scale. We are closer relations to Eyjafjallajökull than previously thought. Our bodies follow an example set by much earlier life forms. I had a conversation with Rachel Walcott, head of Earth Systems at National Museum Scotland, about what constitutes life in the world of geology. She told me about a piece of galena, the natural form of lead. Microbes feasting on its mineral body have left a trace fossil of activity across its surface, forming miniature canyons and valleys through the course of their meal. The boundary between the biological and the geological can begin to blur. What is the relationship between a body stone and a volcanic rock? Where do the biological and geological meet? What is the geological record? Over the course of 2 years, I developed a large-scale project comprised of 6 sister exhibitions called Steine and Handheld Lava at the Berlin Medical History Museum and at the Schering Stiftung in Berlin, which opened in January 2012. We focused on body stones and their relationship to new landmass of a cultural and geological nature. The exhibitions combined an in-depth collection of my work, shown alongside historical geological artifacts, including body stones, ancient meteorites, and lava bombs on loan from historical, medical, and geological collections in Germany and Scotland. To prepare for this project, I spent time with 2 collections of body stones, both in the Berlin Medical History Museum, as part of research for the exhibition, Steine. Both the German word for stones and a very common Jewish last name, which I quite liked as an Eastern European diaspora Jew showing work in Berlin. One is a historical collection of stones from the 1700s, excavated by Johann Gottlieb Walter and Friedrich August Walter, a father and son team of body mineralogists. The second collection is contemporary and belongs to Navina Vidulin, the Medical Museum preparator. Encountering Navina's collection on display in her laboratory, you would think you were looking at shelves of precious gems and minerals. She began her collection of body stones in the mid-1990s. Now, surgeons and pathologists throughout Germany send her stones in the post when they extract one from someone living or dead. In the body, each stone is a biological entity. Once out of the body, it belongs to the realm of geology. A body stone is a new territory, a miniature planet, traveling through an interior universe, new landmass. We should name stones as we name stars, each one in memory of someone close. I had a memory of seeing a cross-section of an old pipe in the geology collection at the Hunterian Museum in Glasgow. It's about a foot wide, though you can hardly see through it. It's about a foot wide, though you can hardly see through it, as a thick geothermal mineral deposit formed inside, like the start of a clogged geological artery. Building on earlier investigations into the formation of culturally occurring landmass, I began working with the Blue Lagoon in Iceland to generate a new series of geothermally occurring sculptures. They formed over a period of 2.5 weeks' time in the runoff pool from the geothermal power plant, which feeds the Blue Lagoon. A series of drawings became a series of laser-cut wooden stencils made at a print studio. These stencils were submerged into an 80°C geothermal pool where they were left to rapidly encrust in pure new silica mineral deposits over the period of formation, bringing fabrication of these new works from hand-drawn, analog, to digital, and finally to the remote past through naturally occurring geological processes. I made a Super 8 film documenting formation of the works. Then, I returned to the print studio, cut a similar set of stencils to those used in the Blue Lagoon sculptures, and used them to make a series of large-scale woodblock prints editioned on a traditional press. The sculptures, film, and woodblock prints were shown together. I will now read an excerpt from a geothermal diary, February 2011, Grindavik, Iceland. Every day, I wake up in the pitch black night, but it is morning. I go to the industrial waterfall with Hannes. We are surrounded by steam and silver silos, an active geothermal power plant fed by an underground geothermal sea. We are inland. We check our work. How much have you grown today? One line is reeled in. The skeleton is almost encrusted. We turn a second, like basting a roast for Shabbat dinner. We climb the scree-black lava slope. A green rope dangles down into the mist, disappearing as if into a well or a cavern. One line attached to corporeal mineralogy, one to autobiographical trace fossils. Each one in a new gray skin, like a young rhinoceros or an armadillo. But there is no question this worm's skin will become strong and solid. We are in the high temperature pools here, 80°C, where we learned everything forms just as you hope. This is what we do. We form geology. We check each piece, turn it. I can't think of a time when I've been able to watch something with so much attention, memorize the details, compare them from one day to another, watch the sunset roll in like clockwork tides that shift each day. A small slice of light added on to the hours of February winter dark. When I arrived, 5 hours a day and twilight. Now 6 and counting. The Library, an exhibition at National Museums of Scotland. Rocks are records of events that took place at the time they formed. They are books. They have a different vocabulary, a different alphabet, but you can learn how to read them. John McPhee. In Fugitive Pieces, Anne Michaels asked, "At what moment does limestone become marble?" Not long ago, we went to a quarry in Legmore in northern Scotland. Simon Howard, curator of rocks at National Museums Scotland, explained that around 535 million years ago, the marble here mostly began as stromatolite-bearing limestone. Stromatolites are among the first traces of organic life on Earth. The stromatolites died, were crushed, compressed, turned into limestone, and cooked by new rock that ground its way through fissures in the dolomite, a near relation of limestone, and marble occurred. Those stromatolites and coral are found on different branches of the phylogenetic tree. Both eventually become stone. We will too, or our bones will. I spoke with a paleontologist who told me a fossil is the presentation of the moment of death. However, trace fossils record an action, eating or walking, but not the organism itself. Air bubbles imprint someone breathing 300 million years ago onto the surface of what will become sandstone. Movement through mud after an ancient tropical storm reveals the moment of contact, unearthed, a winding line, now in stone. You could say that an artwork is a trace fossil of a moment, an idea, proof of life. We make contact, movement through space and time, layers of thought, material, accumulate, strata of activity. Every object, whether naturally occurring or facilitated, is a record, trace fossil, of its own formation, simultaneously formation and result. In a museum, we are used to seeing result, an object divorced from the processes that made it, distinct from its timeline of formation, whether a split second or over a 500 million year deep time compression. In the library, I focused on the processes that form objects, whether mineral, rock, fossil, or artwork. The mineral body. For the library, I formed a series of limestone sculptures called The Mineral Body over the course of 4 months in the Fontaine Petrifiante. They began as paper cuts, then laser and wood, now wood, encrusted in limestone. New landmass of a cultural nature, cultural landmass. For years, the skyscrapers in New York were firmly planted in Midtown and down at the end of the island, not by choice, but because there, the dense pegmatite-rich rock was exposed at the surface. Mica schist, strong enough to hold the weight of towers. This same type of rock inhabits the coast of Maine, vast areas of Scotland, and Riverside Park along the Hudson. As a kid growing up on the East Coast, from New York to New England, I know mica from streets that glinted in the sun, playgrounds peopled by boulders that seemed made of silver and gold, rocks on the beach with layers you could peel open like pages in a book. Peter Davidson, curator of minerals and meteorites at National Museum Scotland, told me mineral samples of mica are sometimes termed books. My mother remembers finding books of mica in the alley next to the building where she grew up in Brooklyn. Edgar Allan Poe lived across from Riverside Park when he is rumored to have written The Raven. If you find a stone in the area and leave it on the granite plaque on West 83rd Street, your Book of Micah becomes part of a memorial to the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. I imagine all these volumes together, a library composed of only rocks and minerals, every layer, another narrative. Shropshire's great journey. For the past few years, I have been working on the Hall of Rocks and Minerals, the new home for Shrewsbury Museum and Art Gallery's historic geology collections. I asked the artist Ian Gardner to develop a beautiful hand-drawn animation which visualizes the story of Shropshire's 600 million year geological journey, evoking how the landmass, flora, and fauna of Shropshire have changed over the course of deep geological time as it traveled over the surface of the earth to arrive here. Then I approached Nicola White, an Irish author who is based in Argyll, to script a textual journey through each of Shropshire's ancient paleo environments, to invite visitors to conjure landscapes of the mind which are now long past, but still beneath our feet. Within the Hall of Rocks and Minerals, through utilizing approaches drawn from a contemporary arts context, I hope we invited the public to engage with and be inspired by the geological world, offering evocative perspectives on our relationship to an ever-changing environment. The role of the imagination is a key tool to our overall strategy within the Hall of Rocks and Minerals, as in order to understand the objects in the collection, whether infamous mammoth bones, petrified raindrops, or an Ordovician starfish, we have to take one step back and begin by saying, how can we open up an imaginative process for visitors to make the leap from saying, I'm in Shropshire as it is today, but I can imagine now that it was deep under the ocean, a coral reef, a desert. As a child, one of the main places that I went exploring and adventuring was the American Museum of Natural History in New York, specifically the Hall of Minerals and Gems. In 1976, the hall had just been redeveloped and reopened. It had been built to mimic the interior of a cave, and all the rocks and minerals were spotlit, many freestanding. In this way, long before I started carving stone or working in relation to geology, I had this unadulterated primary experience of being in a beautiful space where all these incredible, mysterious objects were glittering in the dark. In the hall, you could explore and discover things, clamber over huge rocks of copper and jasper. The hall was actually designed to make you want to climb and discover. The museum wanted children and adults to interact with the geology. In an article I found about the reopening of Gems and Minerals, they said they wanted people to touch these specimens, put their arms around them, fall in love with them. Okay, very 70s in the language around it, but I guess you could say that I'm a case study for success in their redesign, because I fell in love with rocks, and the hall absolutely had a huge impact on my development as a human being. Now, in our Hall of Rocks and Minerals, we have not tried to replicate my early wanderings in the Natural History Museum, but you could say that we hope to encourage a love of rocks and minerals, and that if even one person, large or small, decides to find out more about geology, that would be our aspiration as well. For our geology collection, I have made a series of new geological artworks that have been formed over the duration of our project. I am excited by the idea of making new geological objects that will be sited alongside their historical counterparts, as one of the key tactics within the Geology Pavilion is to really point out processes and bring the story of formation back into the object. Volcanic eruptions, crashing continents, the slow accumulation of sediment at the bottom of a river. Geology is born out of activity, whether fast or slow. Endnotes. I am a biological organism. I am alive. I am not rock or earth, though now my father is. A few months back, my sister was in the hospital for risk of possible gallstones. They found a trace of a stone in her body. A process of erosion had taken place, and the stone was gone. We expect that we are not made of geology, but our bodies produce mineral evidence that says otherwise. Elephants, snails, horses, dogs, all form stones. We are animal and mineral at the same time. The nitrogen in our DNA, the calcium in our teeth, the iron in our blood, the carbon in our apple pies were made in the interiors of collapsing stars. We are made of star stuff. Carl Sagan. I spent my 30th birthday with a volcano born the same year. In 2003, I turned 30. To mark this event, I visited the Eldfell volcano on the Icelandic island of Heimaey, celebrating our simultaneous appearance in 1973. Last summer, I went back to the island. Standing on the volcano, I thought about how Eldfell and I were almost 40. I wondered about returning to Eldfell when we both turned 50, 60, on. How, while we both share our lifetimes now, that will only continue for a certain amount of time. And then Eldfell will go from a human time scale, 30 years old, 40 years old, to a geological time scale, 150, 1,000, 800 million years old. When I was 30, I found a crystal shard on the slopes of the volcano. Upon return, marking almost a decade more of life, I happened upon agates which emerged from the new red lava in 1973. The Earth is 4.5 billion years old, give or take a few million years. Though 10 months are not massive in a geological time context, within daily life, a lot can happen in almost a year. A person can form, an artwork can form, and we can form geology. Just as encountering a body stone can complicate your understanding of what is animal, vegetable, mineral, so too do the ways we categorize those objects. Should a body stone live in a drawer in the geology department, or should it continue to reside in the anatomy museum? Hopefully, it is part of our role as artists engaging with geology to raise these questions, complicate categories further, shift our expectations around what rock is or can be. I have become increasingly interested in agitating and slightly reassembling the geological record, incorporating body stones cave casts, and many other now unknown geological encounters into the deep time story. We are autobiographical trace fossils. Thank you.
Hello again. As well as the contemporary and future geological aspects, I'm very interested in the history of geology. And when I was on the field trips in Flamborough, I kept hearing the name of George Lamplugh cropping up from the geologists, and he's clearly a big hero for Flamborough geologists. Lamplugh was born in Driffield and completed the first major work on Speeton clay and the drifts of East Yorkshire. And despite turning professional and rising to be president of the Geological Society, it was noticed that he remained in spirit an amateur, with the amateur's love and keenness for his subject. I've written a poem called Mr. Lamplugh Leads an Excursion, which is based on a trip Lamplugh led around Flamborough in 1891. And partly what I realised was how little had changed with geology field trips from Lamplugh's time to today. So the poem is as much about the different trips I've been on with the project as about Lamplug's excursion. Mr. Lamplugh leads an excursion. Older than him, they gather in the lobby after breakfast. Men in hard top hats, women with their skirts hitched up in girdles. He takes a breath to introduce himself, talks through the day's itinerary. North Sea landing first, then Selleck's Bay, Silex on his battered ordnance. Sea caves, the flintless and the flinty chalk, bulging calcite. The tides are on their side, the day is set. Like 40 souls who've lost their marbles, they slowly walk with eyes fixed on the sand. He chuckles to himself at the analogy. Some he sees have got their eye in, finding porphyry and sponges, maybe jasper. They'd spend an hour or two on that first stretch. A way to ruin a good walk, his wife would say. But not today. She's taken the children to the fair at Scarborough, their first bank holiday. The London crowd are on the 8:15 and come by carriage to South Sea Landing. Hellos and handshakes, pleasant journeys. He strides ahead, proud of his home turf, the beach his classroom, the sand his chalkboard. This is where a band of marine shells was discovered the summer before, contorted, clean, ferruginous. And look at the variety of drifts. Solid clays, then entirely sand and gravel. The glacial valley opens to the dwindling port. Seaweed slick, popping bladderwrack, smooth slabs of chalk underfoot, sand ribbed and tiger striped. They are squinting now, the rocks amping up the heat, so he guides them to the shaded calcrete to eat their sandwiches. Reverend Cole says grace. The water to the south is choked with boats, pleasure sailors, dinghies, fishing cobbles, tourists out to see the birds at Bempton. They watch the tide work out its new direction. He'll remember this a year from now, when he quits the clerking for the survey, taking a chance on geologist pay, and a life of constant movement. Ireland, South Africa, Australia, and Spitsbergen, so like Flamborough, the whole long arm of ice that reached down Norway to the nib of Yorkshire. Right then, onwards to Danes Dyke, must head off the usual post-lunch lull, and he knows the rocks from here on in are slippy. He worries, as he always does, about ankles gone over, split knees, sunstroke on a day like this, long time till away to scale the cliff, and last thing he wants is a raised lifeboat. Plus there's been that huge slip of boulder clay they'll want to inspect. Surrey by twilight is the main event. 2 years ago he'd watched the trials move, the exhumation of the bones and teeth, Elephas antiquus, Hippopotamus amphibius. He places it in context of the buried cliff, sees eyes widen in the lights of Bridlington. He tells them how that night, when they'd raised a glass in the ship, a hush descended over the whole pub. It is almost dark before the party reached the Alexandra Hotel. A cold ham summer tea. Such natter now, theories and finds and could be this or that, and little agreement, no finality. A long day and planning for tomorrow. He strolls down to the lighted promenade, couples whispering above the sea's small waves. The beach, a rattle of pebbles over pebbles. He picks one up, feels its weight, puts it back. The final sequence I'll read tonight is based on a conference which took place at the Geological Society called The Anthropocene, a New Epoch of Geological Time. There's an ongoing debate, so we won't get into it tonight, about whether humans have made so much impact on the planet that we have pushed it into a new epoch, the Anthropocene. No doubt the geologists in the room could happily argue about this for a long time. So handily I've condensed some of the papers from that conference into poems. Just like to take this opportunity to thank you all very much for listening, and thank you, Anna, for inviting me to read today. Abstract from a Conference 1. Coal, oil, gas. Let's call these ancient rather than contemporary sunshine. Sunshine we sought with our intelligence and drive, genies hidden in the earth. Fossil sunshine, animal and plant long dead, seeping from the ground, exposed in cliffs. Not the sort we knew as heat on skin that give us night's black signal to rest, day's light permit to move and work. That contemporary sunshine for our crops, contemporary as in constant, as in modern, as in still here. Is it possible, a soft landing for civilization? We were smart. How smart do we now want to be? Abstract from a Conference 2. For me it dates to farming, the first forest clearances by fire, smoothing out the land we renamed fields. Tillage, shifting cultivations, knowledge of crops and the intricate seasons. Survivalists, stewards of the biosphere, from nothing we grew. Slowly learned to tame the kine, surrounded our homes with loose thickets of breeding pens. Walked behind manure's bright stink as we thought of what to plant and for how long. Doused the soil, moved and changed it. Barren swathes that would not root until we cropped, recropped, dammed rivers, sliced channels, thought of ourselves, and where was the harm in that, as the mighty river's arteries flowed past. Abstract from a Conference 3. It's as simple as sediment flux, what we've moved from land to water. Let's cover the basics. Deforestation, fallow land, tilling, terracing, irrigation systems, subsurface water extraction, mining, transportation systems, waterway replumbing, reservoir interception, groins, jetties, seawalls, breakwaters, harbours, warfare that magnifies many of the above for a duration that extends beyond the period of combat, dissipation in the frozen north. I'm afraid it's too soon to tell the impact of seafloor trawling on the continental shelf. Abstract from a conference 4. Worked ground. Worked ground, engineered excavation. Worked ground, engineered excavation, canal cutting. Worked ground, engineered excavation, artificial pond, lake. Worked ground, engineered excavation, rail cutting. Worked ground, engineered excavation, road cutting. Worked ground, mineral extraction. Worked ground, mineral extraction, quarry, hard rock. Worked ground, mineral extraction, pit, superficial deposits. Made ground. Made ground, engineered embankment, flood defence embankment. Made ground, engineered embankment, rail embankment. Made ground, engineered embankment, road embankment. Made ground, engineered embankment, reservoir embankment. Made ground, engineered embankment, screen embankment. Made ground, waste tip, mine waste tip, colliery. Infilled ground, undivided, worked ground, undivided, and made ground, undivided. Infilled ground, worked ground, undivided, filled by mine waste tip, colliery. Infilled ground, pit, superficial deposit, filled by made ground, undivided. Infilled ground, pit, superficial deposit, filled by mine waste tip, colliery. Landscape ground. Landscape ground, landscaping for site formation. Landscape ground, landscaping for recreational purposes. Abstract from a conference 5. No, the oceans are being altered. The nature of the seafloor will change. Cream-coloured calcium carbonate dissolved to darker clays. Abstract from a conference plenary. We might consider this. Balloons of sulphur, about the size of basket blimps tethered at fairs, balloons of burning particles sent into the stratosphere. Or even this, fixed artillery firing sulphur from the surface and deadly serious, sulphur to reflect the sun, to cool the climate, to give us time. We could even try it with 1 trillion wisp-thin mirrors. Or we might want to start a nuclear winter. We'd do this by releasing particles of soot. This is actually the cheaper option and less messy. You don't believe me when I'm deadly serious. This is where we are. This we must consider. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I was asked to come up with some final thoughts, but in a way that's not possible because I have to write them in advance. So to some extent these might be seen as first thoughts. But you might want to, as I go through my first thoughts about geology and art, reflect on what we've come across today, and be interesting to see how much you think my first thoughts come up, link with what's been said, and whether there is a link between art and geology, or art and science. Maybe we all do think similarly in a way, and there isn't such a divide. Okay, so when Anna asked me to talk, I started to think about what exactly is geology and what exactly is art. Where are the boundaries? Is this geology? It's a picture of sea defences at Haysborough, or Happy Buggers as some people call it, in Norfolk. And it could be part of the Anthropocene we were talking about. It's there to defend the quaternary geology. And it's made out of steel and concrete, which I would regard as geological materials. Altered by man, but they started off as geological materials. Is it art? Is this art? Is this photograph art? Has the way that I framed the photograph, the way that I got in a particular position to get that effect from that tangled mass of iron, does that make it art? Or is the way that I've used computer software to modify it and turn it into something else, does that make it art? I don't know, perhaps an artist could tell you. I was thinking about the differences between geology and art, and I thought, well, no, let's think about some of the things that are in common. Geology and art are both collectible. We bought a nice print today at this meeting. Stuart has been showing his collection. I have a collection of rocks. As some of the speakers have said in that question time, both enhance our understanding of the world. They perhaps allow us to assert our status and make our mark on the world because we think we are important. And they both have links to ritual. And the one which I missed out, which I should have put in, they are both fun. That's the important thing. And art and geology are linked together going back a long time, to the day of the cave paintings. So, is this art, or is it science? Or is it ritual? Is it a piece of art to depict trying to understand the world artistically, or is it a scientific manual for a hunter? And we have rocks in East Yorkshire that are used as monuments in images. This rusted monolith. And I bet humorously somewhere, the definition of a geologist is they only take pictures of their family and they're not to scale. Sorry, Annie. She's used to it. Some of us, or some of you, may have been christened or baptised in a font made of stone. And this is a lovely one from Boylan showing the months of the year, the labours of the months. I do recommend you go and look at that one. It's rather unusual. And some of us, when we die, would like some memorials to mark our presence on this world during the short time we're here. And we use stones for our buildings, and more importantly, our public houses. Here you can see the Home Guard, if you can see them, Captain Mannering and Corporal Jones, defending our right to use Wi-Fi. And here's, of course, other three jolly sailors carved in stone at a pub at Burnston, I think it is. Frequented often by geologists. Okay, the interface between geology and art. Obviously, some of the things we talked about today, the raw materials for artists. And we haven't talked much about architecture. But architecture, I think, is an important part. And here we have the art gallery in Hull, made of Portland stone. A very good dimension stone, which I'm sure some people here are quite fond of. And here we are at the building we're at. We're the first monument, built of millstone brick mainly. Oh, come on. And I always like this, use this photograph. This is Holy Trinity Church reflected in modern architecture. So it's built of brick and stone, but it's reflected in aluminium and glass. All geological materials. Sculpture, we haven't talked too much about sculpture, but here's some sculptors' tools. When we did some road shows for the open buildings weekend, we're often sat next to some sculptors in some of their work. Apparently, this is very easy to do if you're a sculptor. Looks complicated to me though. maybe if you're thinking in 3 dimensions, it's not so difficult. And King Billy, of course, in Hull. Hepworth Gallery, Wordsworth visit, and there's a nice bit in there explaining how she worked with plaster and bronze and casting sand, all geological materials. Carlo, I don't know, is Carlo here today?
No, he's not.
No? And so if you go to the exhibition in Humber Street, Carlo, he's been working in silver and larvicite, and deliberately using erratic larvicite. And like I said, I included sand painting for Anna. Here's a picture of sand being used artistically. I work with this lady, Julia, who's a glass blower. Glass is made from sand, okay, and a geological material in my view, producing some nice art. And I've stole these from his website, but here we see her trying to reproduce sand ripples in glass. And glazes and clay for making pottery. Not only decorative, but practical. Art enhancing science. I think it was the first speaker talked about his favourite geological book. This is mine. This is my favourite geological book. I think it was probably the first one I bought, maybe the second. And to me, those drawings convey much, much more information than a photograph of those fossils. So when I was asked to be the scientific advisor for the display at the Treasure House Museum in Yorkshire, I wanted to achieve a couple of things. One was to try and get away from using the unnatural colours we use on maps and try and get back towards the natural colours, but to use, to work with an artist, Nikki, to try and produce something a bit more than a flat photograph. So that was my sort of base map of East Yorkshire. And here we see the display. This was a big painting that Nikki did, used from my original, so we're using brown for boulder clay and white for chalk and red for the Triassic, trying to use the natural colours of the rocks. When I went back and looked closely, I don't know if you can see this, and maybe not. We got a pointery bit here. Can you see here these shapes? So Nikki has actually gone beyond my brief for just doing something with whites. She's added microfossils. So these are forams, I'm assuming. They look like forams to me, Nikki. And there was an ammonite in the boulder clays.
Didn't know you had those, mate.
No, I went up there and I looked at the display. So, you know, this was lovely. And then, going back to the British Museum of Fossils, these photographs don't really do justice, because, but Nikki did these paintings of the fossils from Stuart's collection. And I think they're marvellous, you know. They convey a lot more than just a photograph. Okay? And then I wanted to show what the future, what East Yorkshire looked like during the Ice Ages. And one of the drawings I did was that one, which was what I thought East Yorkshire looked like during the last glacial maximum. And here you can see the Humber Gap, and Hull is about here, out here, covered in ice. Spurn Point somewhere down here. And this is Nikki's interpretation of it. And then Nikki has taken the information we gave about Silby Cliff and produced it as a painting. So it's adding a lot more texture to our science. This was marvellous. Yeah, I wanted to try and show how Yorkshire looked like, Eastern Yorkshire looked like in the Jurassic. So there's my sort of boring map. And I said there's dinosaurs up here, and there's a nice lagoon here, sort of tropical lagoon. And Nikki came up with this. You can see the base map, but you can see the dinosaurs and the plants. and all the plants in the sort of tropical sea. So I love that, and thank you very much, Nick. And design, this sort of art and design is the title of this college. So I've taken Tom Shepherd. It's nice to plagiarise Tom Shepherd. You know about Tom Shepherd. He was a great plagiarist, but curator of Horne museums for about 40 years. So he designed this medal, which is more about Tom Shepherd than the whole Geological Society, and I've now plagiarised his medal to produce our new logo. Geology inspiring art. So we've seen earlier on some nice paintings of waterfalls. That's a photograph of a waterfall. But landscape inspiring artists. And I came across this painting, a bit more abstract and idealised, but I think this is lovely. And here's a painting I have at home of Flamborough Head. And this is North Landing, if you recognise it. The only bit missing is the Paramudra that should have been there. Paramudra is a big flint, by the way. And a Japanese-style garden in Lincolnshire, created by a Japanese monk who lives there, and well worth a visit. Tiny garden, but there's so much packed into it, recreating the natural landscape in a small area. And you may have seen some of these, yeah, on display today. These are Phil's. Patrick mentioned the posters, the railway posters, in his talk, and these are Phil's Phil's use of the idea of the railway poster and the geology to create these new works of art, which were displayed in Hull about 2 or 3 years ago, wasn't it? And then displayed in railway stations. Artists can be inspired by the landscape and rocks. So here we see an artist being inspired by landscape and rocks. I've just noticed she's written something on her hand. It probably says, if you show this photograph, Mike, I'll sue you or something.
That's right.
You might recognise, people from Portland might recognise that fossil. Yeah? Big Titanites. So fossils and rocks being used as inspiration. So this is an ammonite. I think it's probably made in concrete, or a sculpture of an ammonite, used in a pavement. That's what I got here. This is a piece of stained glass, a memorial to a jazz musician in Bristol, who also was interested in geology. So you can see here an ammonite in stained glass. Ammonites in ceramics, pottery. Wrong button. There we go. And a nautilus, and we have a nautilus-shaped incense burner. Performing arts. I know we had some lovely poetry today, but we've had also some rock music, haven't we? From Portland. So we mustn't forget the performing arts, and in particular rock music, because as you can see, it's not called rock and roll for nothing. So geology gets its way into all sorts of the arts. And one of my favourite records by a band called Nucleus, Elastic Rock it was called, and had a volcano eruption underneath album cover, which is well loved. And then geologists can also inspire artists. Here we, at the Yorkshire Geology Month opening at Camp House Colliery, there was this lovely sculpture of a coal miner, yes? A fine sort of breed of people, as you can see. And there's the whole Geological Society imitating them, going down Bulby Mine. And just bear in mind this set of knees here, because that's the next speaker. Not that I wish to embarrass him in any way. here's some people, sculpture, people working, presumably in metal of some sort. This was at, place in Leeds, Army Mills, yeah? And we can even have, oh, come on. Sculptures of famous geologists. Okay, do you recognise the chap?
Darwin. Outside Old Shrewsbury School.
Yes, indeed. So Charles Darwin, and we can even have sort of artist impressions of not quite so famous geologists. My night class, I used to teach night class, and that was my retirement present. Sort of based on photographs of me and my depiction of what a geologist should take into the field to be safe for all conditions. I won't go into that. And then I wondered, well, as I was in York, they've been doing up the Minster, and I know you notice that they're going to York? They sort of put the masons on display now, haven't they? Take them out of mason's yard and put them on display. And they've obviously been working on this. I suddenly realised that maybe that picture there was inspired by a geologist. And I can show you why. So, I hope you enjoyed this meeting and got something out of it. And I hope maybe we can have some similar sort of meetings in the future. So thank you to Anna for organising this and running with the ideas we threw at you. And also in particular to the people up there at the back who've been very, very carefully looking after us and make sure we use the microphones properly and things like that. So, oh, that hasn't quite worked. Oh dear. Oh dear, because that was my finishing joke ruined now. Because that's a picture of rippled sandstone, and oh well.
Could you do it online?
Yeah, don't worry, it's not that important. But oh dear. Oh, my final joke was ruined. There it is. Oh well. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure this is my job or not anymore. We'll see.
Thank you, Barry. Yes, I'm David Hill. I tend to think of myself as a scientist because I studied science subjects at school. But I've always been collecting fossils and crystals because they're pretty. And as you saw, I've been down the salt mine, which is at Bulby, which is very interesting because it's about a mile deep and it's hot, it's about 40 degrees centigrade down there, and very dry and very dusty. But it's a salt dust, so it's quite harmless. So what have we done today? Well, we started off with Alan Bowden, and he gave us a very interesting talk. Very, very clever because his slides failed. The main thing I took out of that was that Beatrix Potter was also interested in fossils, which I think was a good sign. We followed that with Spike Bucklow. Now, I found his talk very interesting because I worked for 20 years in the chemical industry, and I also have an interest in the history of chemistry. If you get a copy of De Re Metallica, it's full of lovely pictures of medieval drawings of how they used to mine and refine materials. And he explained how the medieval view of chemistry successfully cleaned up lapis lazuli to produce ultramarine. And I've always thought of ultramarine, marine being in blue, but of course I'd never thought of it as meaning beyond the seas. So I learned something new there. Then of course we had Partick, who gave a very nice talk with lots of lovely, beautiful pictures. I can't really add more to it than that. In the afternoon we had Hannah, and she started off with a video of how they used to quarry stone in Portland, which looked very unsafe, and then a video about how we're using the stone to make music, which is certainly a change, isn't it? We also had Ilana in the afternoon, who explained how We can create works of art using natural processes such as the stalactite material and also volcanic materials. And inside us we can also create body stones, which I never really thought of as art, but I'm moving towards that now. After the tea break, we had Desmond, Earl, Anna, Joe and Mike discussing the contrast between geology and art, and I think we all agreed there isn't really a difference. It's just the way we like to think about it. Artists have a need to create art in the same way that geologists have a need to go out looking for fossils. And then the last talk was by Mike Horne. So, I'd like to thank all the speakers. I'd also like to thank the Hull School of Art and Design for hosting us. I'd like to thank Sarah Humphreys, the Dean. I'd also like to thank Fudge for the lunch, and members of the Hull Geological Society for the cakes and the afternoon tea. And finally, of course, I'd like to thank Anna Kirksmith for putting the whole thing together. So could we express our thanks in the usual way? And of course, thank you all for coming. Without you, it wouldn't have been nearly such a good success. Thank you.